Oliver. Yeah. Hear us sing. What is it? The RSVP mostly, you think? RSVP? Yeah. Or you think it's the Jefferson?
It's a combination between both.
Okay. I think that we're going to have
Charlie, much for your phone call.
I know we're going to have that hearing.
You got a minute.
Okay. That's good.
1 minute.
Okay. And I'll come back here. Let me get my cell phone.
You ready, Johnny? You're going to stay there and
Yeah, yes.
keep it moving.
Well, I better sit next to Gavin.
You can nudge him.
Right. Gavin Howard? What's that?
I better stay here, sit next to you, so you can tell me what to do.
A lot of pressure today, John. In the minor league, there's the major league now. Big crowd. I forgot my screen.
I know it. That you know, expectation. Okay, you more than welcome, okay? This is, we have this many for the, here.
So what?
Here.
Regina.
We have.
Regina Preston. D-O-O-R-D. Let's go. It's 7 o'clock.
I'm still accepting that. I'm sorry.
Good evening. Thank you. The Monday, February 25th, Common Council meeting is now in session. Our invocation is by Minister Laquita Aldrich Hughes of New Horizons Outreach Ministry. Thank you for coming. Would you all please stand?
Greetings. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you on behalf of all who have gathered here today. In the scriptures you have said, as each has received a gift, use it to serve one another, as good stewards of God's very grace. Therefore, we thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing responsibilities. I pray for our mayor, Pete Buttigieg, various levels of city officials, and in particular, this assembled council today. I am asking that you grant them interest and the wisdom to govern conflicting issues surrounding around health care, the quality of the environment, diversity, inclusion, crime, violence, and education. I pray that you would grant this council the ability to work together in harmony. I pray that you would grant them each personal peace in their own personal lives. I pray for the agenda set forth today. Give council the discernment of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in the area surrounding our great city of South Bend. We seek your help with our affairs today. Bless this meeting with your divine grace and help us to make the best use of time. Amen.
Thank you. While we're all standing, I'd like a moment of silence for past council member Ann Pizzello. Thank you. To pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Like I say at every council meeting, because they're all packed out like this, we may be over the code limit. The fire marshal is on its way. The doors will remain open. There is a door in the back for an exit. I just want to let everybody know that at this time. With that, Ms. Fowler, would you do roll call, please?
Councilmember Preston?
Here.
Councilmember McBride?
Present.
Councilmember Broden?
Here.
Councilmember Teschka?
Here.
Councilmember Davis?
Present.
Councilmember Councilmember Voorhees?
Here. Oliver Warden.
Councilmember Burley?
Here.
Vice President White?
Present.
President Scott?
Present.
9 present.
Thank you. Report on subcommittee minutes, please.
To the Common Council of the City of South Bend, the subcommittee has inspected the minutes of the February 11, 2019 meeting of the council and found them to be correct. Therefore, we recommend the same be approved.
Motion to accept. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? There is no special business at this time, and there are no reports from city offices. I believe somewhere in the crowd is Laura O'Sullivan. Thank you, representing the mayor's office. With that, I'll entertain a motion to rise and join the committee of the whole. So moved. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
This is the portion of the meeting where each item on the agenda will be read by the city clerk. Council will have an opportunity to question the presenter. Then we'll move to the public hearing where we'll hear both those for and those who may oppose items on the agenda. We'll go back to the council. The council will be able to make comment and question. There will be a rebuttal period on the part of the presenter if chosen. And I think that's it. Yep. Okay, will the clerk please...
Sure. Prior to us starting, I would like to make a motion to amend or suspend the rules and move 0519 before 0319, or 0319, yes.
Second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
So we'll go 6918, 0219, and then 0519.
Thank you.
Okay, will the clerk please read 6918?
6918, public hearing on an ordinance seeking, amending the ordinance and seeking a special exception for property located at 2610 East Jefferson Boulevard, Councilmanic District Number 3 in the city of South Bend.
Please state your name and address for the record, please. Oh, I'm sorry, committee report.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Zoning and Annexation Committee met this afternoon. Given our time restraints, we have asked that this bill be presented tonight and that we would hear public comment for those in favor and those against, and that we will then wait till our next meeting for us to continue for that vote and everything else. But we would like to hear the presentation and hear from the public tonight.
So after the public
And we
hearing,
brought this with no recommendation.
yes, after the public hearing, we'll entertain a motion to continue until the next meeting,
That is correct.
In council portion only.
and council portion.
Sounds good.
State your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Jordan White, Department of Infrastructure, Planning and Growth, offices on the 11th floor of this building. The petitioner is requesting a zone change from OB Office Buffer District to MF1 Urban Corridor Multifamily District, and seeking a special exception use for group residents. To the north across Jefferson Boulevard are single-family homes zoned MF2 High Density Multifamily District. To the east is an office zoned OB Office Buffer District. To the south are 2 family homes zoned MF1 Urban Corridor Multifamily District. To the west is an office zoned OB Office Buffer District. On-site currently is an office building and parking lot. The site plan shows that the office and parking lot will remain. This rezoning comes to you with an unfavorable recommendation from the Area Plan Commission, and the special exception comes to you with no recommendation from the Area Plan Commission. Are we happy to
Can you
answer?
repeat that one more time?
Yeah.
Both of them?
Yes.
So there was...
Yeah, the rezoning came to you with an unfavorable recommendation, and the special exception came to you with no recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you for that report.
Question?
Sure.
Can you share the
Sorry.
reason why it came with unfavorable recommendation?
There was, they weren't able to come to a successful motion to carry, so that's why it comes to you with no recommendation.
Okay, that was the report. Now the presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Somebody's on the line.
Turn the lights on, please.
Yeah.
Switch over there, maybe?
Thank you.
My name is Edward Fisher. I'm a registered surveyor. My office is at 303 East 3rd Street in Mishawaka. And I'm here representing Richard Patterson, the owner of Think Big LLC, the owner of the building on your drawing. This is a dual petition, first portion of which is to rezone from OB, Office Business, to MF1, Urban Corridor Family District, and also seeking a special exception for use of the property as a sober living facility, a group residence. Also here in attendance with me are the Executive Director of Choices Recovery, the potential user of the property, and also with me, what's your name?
Alicia Brown.
I know, but your title.
I am the Outreach Coordinator for U.S. Addiction Services.
Outreach Coordinator for U.S. Addiction Services, and also with me is Project Manager for TIA Corporation, the proposed new owner, Patrick Gerard. I'm here to address basically the MF1 rezoning. The rest are here to explain to you about the special exception. As you saw on the drawing that was up prior to this one, I have copies of this one here. The property on the south were outlined in red. Property to the south is zoned multifamily. Property to the west across 26th Street is also multifamily. The property to the north is multifamily. To the east is a dentist office, and then to the east of it are multifamily residential properties. The other OB on the west side is a parking lot, and then abutting our parking lot is a vacant duplex. So in general, the neighborhood is MF1. We don't feel that a change to MF1 is out of the question to ask for this. If you have any questions about the MF1, I really believe that addresses the issue. I think the more urgent issue, and why everybody's here, is the special exception. So if I may, I'd like to turn that over to these two, if that's all right with you.
Please.
We do have packets of information that we would like to make sure you have. Thank you. Alicia Brown, 19532 Sunset Lane, South Bend, Indiana, 46637.
Brandon Ladoff, 2734 Sampson Street, South Bend, Indiana, 46614.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, first and foremost, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting us come here tonight. I'll go over some of the information in that packet and kind of do an introduction. So Choices Recovery, we're an inpatient drug and alcohol treatment facility. We are state licensed and CARF accredited, which is actually the highest accreditation level that a rehab facility can have. We recently did that survey the 10th and 11th of December of 2018 and passed that survey with a 3-year accreditation, which is the highest level of accreditation you can get through them. Choices currently services people from a wide variety of life. We do everything from medical detox through intensive outpatient. We offer evidence-based treatment based off of ASAM criteria, one-on-one individual counseling, one-on-one case management, and medical detox by our medical director, addictionologist, Emma Wong. Again, like I stated, Choices Recovery has been operating for a little over 4 years at 3606 East Jefferson Boulevard, just 0.3 miles down the street from this location that is being proposed. In the year of 2018, Choices had 541 successful graduates from its program. It serviced 241 clients from the state of Indiana and 112 clients within a 30-mile radius. To speak to you about the sober living that we are proposing, those of you that may not know what a sober living is, it's an outpatient supervised structured living that works in combination with evidence-based treatment, one-on-one counseling, one-on-one case management, provided transportation, physical fitness, nutrition, and workforce preparation. Choices Recovery currently tracks all of its patients for 1 year through our aftercare department. Not only do we reach out to the individual clients, but we reach out to every immediate family member that they release on their information to gather information from them. Through our data that we have collected through our aftercare department, we see that our clients are 2.5 times more likely to stay sober if they attend a sober living facility that we are being proposed here today, as opposed to returning home. I think even more importantly, as we have tracked through our clients, unfortunately, to the disease of addiction, which many times left untreated is deadly, we had 5 patients die after receiving treatment. All of those patients returned immediately home and did not go to a sober living facility. Unfortunately, there are little to no resources in our area, although we do have similar facilities like Upper Room, Dismas House, Jane's House, Oxford House. All of these are full or near full, with many of them having a waiting list, and none of these offer evidence-based treatment in combination. The large majority of these are strictly housing. Our Sober Living mission statement, I'd like to read that off real quick. Our Sober Living program supports recovery, stability from drug addiction by providing and reinforcing a positive healing environment. Detoxification and substance abuse treatment are only the beginning in the recovery process. It is our goal to assist beyond treatment and provide residents the foundation and skills they need to achieve complete physical, emotional, spiritual health that can last a lifetime. I would like you to look through your packet. We have attached a combination of pictures for you. I wanted to give you a little bit of visual evidence to go along with the facility. So if you look at picture 1 that's provided to you, that would be an example of what a bedroom would look like at this new facility. Picture 2, also an example of what a bedroom would look like at this new facility. When we get to picture 3, we start to get into the security systems that are currently in place at Choices Recovery. Although our patients are all there voluntarily, we do everything we can in precautions to providing a high-tech security system and fully trained security staff 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. If you look at photo 3, that is the keypad and intercom that is the entrance to our facility. Photo 4 is a picture of our current gate at Choices Recovery. Photo 5 is a picture of an exterior camera that we have installed at Choices. Photo 6 is a picture of an interior camera. And photo 7 is ultimately our security system screen. This exact same camera system and video system would be installed at the new facility. We are looking at an estimated 15 cameras to provide full coverage for the interior and exterior of the building. All of this video will be backed up to a hard drive that will be stored for at least 1 year, and if there are any incidents that occur, we can clip those and save them onto a disk drive for review. In addition to the security system, we plan on having 2 to 3 staff members for each shift to provide 24-hour coverage, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. In addition to that, the leader of the staff house will be a certified recovery coach and behavior interventionist that is working under the discretion of a licensed master's level counselor. If you continue on through your packet that we've provided you, we have a layout of the building. And we have drawn in there the changes that we would like to make, and also the bed layout that we are looking at implementing. Currently, if you look at the top left of your page, the left side of that parking lot is open, as you can also see from the pictures. In the picture here, that would be the southeast corner. We do plan on putting a privacy fence and also a gate there to make that more secure. In addition to that, we are going to have to add some toilets and showers to this property. If you look to the bottom left corner, you'll see a room that currently is 67 square feet. We plan on adding 2 toilets to that room. Just south of that, we plan on adding a shower room with 4 showers. Also, in addition, in the sleep area labeled 724 square feet, we plan on building 2 additional bedrooms. That would bring our total to 10 bedrooms, looking at housing 20 patients. During this process, we have tried to do a lot of community outreach, and we have received a lot of positive feedback and have many people here today to support us. In addition to this, we have received some negative feedback in hypothetical situations that have caused fear or reduction in property value. We understand that many of these issues are very serious, and we will work our absolute hardest to ensure that we provide safety not only to our clients but our community. Even with all of this, all of the members that we have met with that have been opposed to this project have had one fundamental agreement, and that this is great for our community and is needed greatly. However, they just do not want it near them. And I want you guys to look at the facts. The facts are Choices Recovery has been 0.3 miles down the street from this current location in this neighborhood. It's been there operating for over 4 years and has an even more vulnerable population housing detox and RTC level of care patients who are at the height of their withdrawal. Even with all these situations and hypothetical, we have not had any issues in our 4 years that we have been there. Our largest complaints that we have heard from the community to date has been a volleyball going over our fence and our music too loud during a 4th of July barbecue. And I do know these are serious, and we will work very hard with our clients to keep the noise down. But I just hope that in this day and age, 2019, with the epidemic that's affecting our country, that most likely will take the life of one of my good friends today. I sure hope that we will value human life over potential property value reduction and hypothetical fear. And with that, I'll leave it to Alicia Brown.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Brown, and I'm the Outreach Coordinator for U.S. Addiction Services. I'm also the president and founder of a local non-for-profit organization called FANS. As a resident of South Bend, Indiana for the past 2 years, and a resident of St. Joseph County for the past 13 years, I currently stand before you 5.5 years in recovery from opiate addiction. This was a 10-year-long battle of my life. During my life in active addiction, I did serve a total of 5 years in the Department of Corrections through 3 separate incidents. I did serve executed time in St. Joseph County Community Corrections and probation. However, in my recovery, I have worked to initiate change here in our community and throughout the state. I stand before you tonight as someone who needed these services back in 2007 and could not get them because they were not available here in our community yet when I needed them. I was married at the time of my addiction and incarceration, and I had good health insurance. I had the means, but I had no local resources. I vowed that if I was ever given the chance, I would pave the way for others in the same predicament. I have often heard people say, "What can we do?" Or "We should do something about this." And on the flip side, I've heard, "You don't belong here. You're never going to be clean. Who does she think she is?" And most recently, "You should have died and taken another addict with you." It's harsh, right? Well, I stand here tonight proud to be alive and who I am today and all that I have accomplished on behalf of other addicts and the addicts that are still suffering. I believe there is a time for change, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe that time of change is now. Tonight I brought with me, I have had the opportunity of getting out in our community and discussing this at great lengths. And I appreciate the feedback, both good and bad, because it's allowed us, as new staff of Choices Recovery, who's only been on staff since 2018, to make some much-needed decisions and some much-needed improvement. So tonight I bring a letter that's also in your packet that will be put in our file with City Clerk Karima Fowler. We have a letter of intent. We have found that there has been some noise issues and complaints at our location at Choices, and we want to fix that. So we have put a letter of intent for the next 6 months to improve the things, and we're going to work with the local members of our immediate area. We have worked to try to meet with some of them. We still need to work with them and have it surveyed, but in the next 6 months we plan on putting the trees and the privacy fences in which have been requested. So I did want to make sure I brought that letter of intent to be done in the next 6 months. If there is a problem, we want to solve it. With that being said, I want to talk to you briefly about who is our client. Because that's what we keep hearing. I don't want the drug addicts in my neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, the drug addicts are in your neighborhood. They're in your churches. They're in the places that you work. The fact of the matter is the clientele in which we serve are people that come from private insurance. These are people just like you and I that find themselves in an addiction problem and they need help, but they're afraid to ask for help. Our client is an average 27-year-old male with 2 children married. We've had people come to us and say, you're just going to, import sex offenders. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I'm here to tell you sex offenders cannot live at our facility because it is within 1,000 feet of a school district. That's not even allowed at our facility. Plus, we have a very high priority in terms of the application process. You have to have completed an inpatient treatment to even come in here, and we are going to have high standards for you to stay. This place is not just for a person to be a flop house or a dormitory. This is a place of life-changing, evidence-based programming for people to get back on their feet. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I know tonight that South Bend, we pride ourselves on being a city of diversity and inclusion. We want inclusive practices, yet we don't know where to put them. I have a place. I propose a place. I propose a place for 20 beds for maybe somebody that you know that can live in our community, work in our community, get well in our community, and get right back to working in our community. Admit it or not, we all know someone that needs the help. In this room tonight, we all know someone. And I beg of our community, I understand the fear, but I am asking for us to give this a chance. Not because it's a for-profit business, but because it's saving someone's life. On the way here, Brandon got word of a gentleman that he has known his whole life who is in critical condition due to an overdose. I commend him for even being able to stand here tonight and talk about this. So, in my conclusion, what am I asking the City Council to do? What are the mountains of supporters that we have tonight asking the City Council to do? I'm asking you to consider what we're doing in our community. I'm asking you to look at these 20 beds, and I'm asking you to vote yes for the citizens of the community who need you right now and who need this. Thank you so much for your opportunity of hearing what we have to say. And for those of you who are in disagreement of what we're doing, I appreciate you, I respect your opinion, but these resources saved my life personally. And I am a mother of a 6-year-old little boy who I enjoy every day.
Ma'am?
Thank you.
I'd like to remind anyone who speaks at the podium to direct comments to the council, not to the audience in general. That completes your presentation. We'll move to the council question portion. Are there any council members who have? Any council members who have a question at this point before the public hearing? President Scott?
My question is really on the concern of the fencing. Knowing that it's a corner lot, I believe you got to have a certain percentage open on that fencing. Are you guys considering a chain link like you're seeing in the photos or something else?
We haven't officially decided on that yet. I think we're looking at least for a section of it, a privacy fence, and then maybe where the main gate is in the middle chain.
This is going to go on, so I'll send you guys some recommendations. Myself personally, I would like to see something that would fit a neighborhood. You know,
Absolutely.
something a little more decorative that works for you guys, but would be higher quality than chain link and that type of thing.
Yeah, and we want to be able to provide something, that gives a little bit of safety and security to our patients.
Correct.
And also to the community. We don't want somebody that's, right across the way at a business, to see all of our patients loading the bus in the morning and heading to treatment. You know what I mean? We want to have some privacy for them, too. A lot of these people are members of the community, and, someone could recognize them. We don't want that to happen.
Right. Thank you.
Councilmember Broden?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and the amount of detail that you provided council tonight and your previous meetings in the community. I know that you have reached out at this point to members or individuals in the 4th District, and I appreciate that as a council member representative. I do have a couple, initially just some definition. I want to know what I'm voting on, like really explicitly, all right? So, or what we all are being asked, if it would benefit the rest of the council. Your facility choices, what is it characterized as, like within state code? Your corner property. What is its actual technical name, IRS or whatever? What level at the state is it? Does it fall under in terms of a definition? Is it Well, I'll just let you answer.
Are you meaning as far as our licensure goes?
Licensure, right?
It's a substance abuse treatment facility.
Okay. And then in terms of, I heard you say that you qualified for that you had an inspection, and is that every 3 years, or what's
It depends on how you pass the inspection, ma'am. So the CARF accreditation, it's a nationwide accreditation. Like I said, it's the highest level you can get for a drug and alcohol treatment facility. When they come in, it's a 2-day survey, 2 people. One of the staff members is looking at the administration side, and the other staff member would be looking at the clinical medical side. Each is an expert in that area. It's over 2,000 topics that they survey us on. And we can have either a recommendation, suggestion, or pass on each one of those topics. Recommendation basically means you need to change it. A suggestion is take it or leave it, or pass. Out of those over 2,000 topics, we had 8 recommendations. And based off of that, we qualified for the 3-year accreditation. You can either fail the accreditation, get a 1-year or 3-year. So we got the 3-year accreditation. So it'll be every 3 years moving forward as long as we continue to meet those standards.
Okay, so that is locked in. All right,
yes.
As long as you meet the standards. And then, related to that, terminology-wise, kind of stay on the same vein, the facility that you're proposing, classification at for state-level purposes or accreditation, inspection, what are you proposing?
It's a sober living facility. That's exactly what it would be.
The reason I ask is I've heard quite a few terms. Transitional, the ordinance itself says group homes. I just want to quantify.
Yeah, we would classify it as a sober living facility.
Okay. And then does that have any accreditation screens that accompany that designation?
Currently, right now, they don't have a set of, accreditations for a sober living. Obviously for our patients to attend treatment at Choices Recovery, we got to uphold those standards when they come to Choices for their treatment. But currently at the state level, there's not an exact accreditation for a sober living. After we've been in operation for 1 year, then we can apply for the CARP accreditation at that location also.
And then would those standards be similar?
Yes.
Wow.
They'd be slightly different with the levels of care, because at that level of care, you're dealing with outpatient.
Right.
So you're not providing quite the same services. For instance, there wouldn't be a medical detox at that facility as there is at Choices Recovery.
Because you're offering more, there's more to...
Exactly, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
So there'd be a little less standards, just because some of those services aren't offered, but still very high level.
Okay, thank you. And then, you have, I appreciate the building layout, because I'll have to, one of my questions was about occupancy. You are proposing 20?
20,
Okay,
yes.
and
Yes,
that's firm. Would you be willing to make a commitment to that level? I mean,
Yes, we would.
for now
Absolutely.
and going forward, and contingent with the property?
Absolutely, ma'am.
And then, your calculations for occupancy.
It says, sorry.
Two, I see a mix of 2 to a bedroom, some are 3. And actually, I don't get to the 20, but I'm just one bed short, and I'm quickly doing this. But what do you base those calculations on?
So, there's two ways you can do it. You can either take up the entire square footage of the entire building and divide that by 120 square feet, or you take just the bedrooms and divide that by 70 square feet. So either one, if you look up here in the notes, at the 70 square feet, if we're just adding the sleep area, well, the sleep area alone is currently 1,753 square feet. At that square footage, our maximum occupancy load is 25 people. I think one thing to keep in mind here too, ladies and gentlemen, is our patients will be coming to Choices Recovery to eat their meals, attend their classes, use our gym. So things like a kitchen are not going to be needed at this space.
Okay, so in terms of, that leads me, and thanks for clarification on the occupancy, because there was some concern, about the initially, at least from my residents, about numbers and capacity, and related to that, you mentioned a staff to client ratio.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that based on best practices since in the field? Obviously, since there aren't...
Yeah, that's based on, our standard, what we expect for, around 20 clients. Like I said, we plan on having 2 security guards on for every shift, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, would be the minimum, and then we're looking at 3 and trying to have that third person, peer recovery coach, and also a trained behavior interventionist. And all of our behavior interventionists have to work under the guidance of a master's level counselor. They cannot do any type of intervention without consulting with that patient's counselor prior. They have to go off of their recommendation.
And do you anticipate that the staffing could fluctuate from one facility to this facility to your other?
Oh yeah, Choices itself is going to have a much higher staff load, yeah.
Okay.
Currently right now at Choices I have 64 employees plus 5 contractors, so a lot more staff at Choices, but again, you're providing a lot more services there. We have a full kitchen staff, full security staff, transport staff, case management staff, personal trainers, nutritionists, so there's a lot of additional staff that goes into the actual service versus just supervising the living.
Okay. And I'm sorry, just to capture, you had stated that within a year that you would anticipate applying for the similar regulatory
Yeah, the
accreditation?
standards to be able to apply for that accreditation, you have to be open for at least 1 year. Basically, so they have enough evidence to go through. You know,
Right.
like I said, it's a very intense 2-day survey. They're digging apart financials, medical records, everything. So in order to compile enough data, you have to be open for at least a year.
Forgive me for this next question. I come from a long-term care background. Are your surveys announced, or are they scheduled dates, or are they surprises?
They are announced. We schedule them, and then they are announced.
Okay, great.
We can have surprise inspections from the state, from insurance companies. You know, there's a lot of other guidelines that we have to adhere to, other than just our CARF accreditation.
Great. Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. And then last question, I believe. Why not build at your current property? That's been a question that has been presented to me repeatedly.
You know, I've heard that question come up, and I think our best answer for that is not only budget, but the necessity to have a facility quickly. You know, the time it would take to survey and excavate and draw plans and actually put a facility together, you know, is quite time consuming. And the reality is we're trying to serve as many people as possible. You know, and unfortunately, with the epidemic that we have, there's a lot of times choices is at max capacity. And, you know, we're turning patients away, and a lot of people are having to leave their community to seek sober living facilities like this. So we have something that's, like I said, just 0.3 miles down the road. It fits our needs. It's ready to go.
Okay.
If I may, I'd like to add to that as well. The need for the person graduating treatment. That in itself is this glorious feeling to be done with treatment. You leave there and you move on to that next step. It's a next step to almost home. And so there is a little bit more leeway. There is a little bit more freedom. And it's freeing for the person in recovery, shall I say. And so it's a great way to move to that next step before going home and living outside of the bubble of being inside of a treatment facility.
So then what are the distinguishing elements with the sober living facility? If the next step is home, right?
Yeah.
Returning to your community, what are the distinguishing elements? You haven't included a kitchen, you know, I don't see like the rec room, you know, those types of things. But what are the distinguishing elements? Because I'm sure it gets the program, so I'm going to let you kind of take it away from there.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest thing is to have a supervised living in a safe, positive, healthy environment. A lot of our patients, home is a hostile place for them. Whether they have a family member that drinks, a spouse that drinks, a bad marriage, you know, there's a large majority of things that at home trigger them to use, and there's no one there to supervise them. You know, having somebody 24 hours a day, not only to hold you accountable, but to support you. You know, when you walk past an individual and you can tell they're being down, our staff reach out, you know. They want to see how they're doing. They want to get them in to see their counselor if they're having a tough day. So to have those trained staff members there to supervise you and support you 24 hours a day is really the main distinguisher against going home.
And we want to add to, when we talk about supervise, we're not talking level of corrections supervision. We're talking supervise in terms of your mood. You know, supervising, you know, depression is very rampant among people with addiction. And right now, suicide is at an all-time high. So when we talk about supervision, we are not talking about the correction level of supervision like we have just, you know, the gates needed because of what's in it. No. The gate's actually a choice is to keep people out, to keep unhealthy people away from the people who are seeking and desiring change.
That's a good distinction. I appreciate that point. So thank you very much.
Okay, Regina, did you have a question?
Are you kidding me? After that?
Yeah, that pretty much covers everything. Okay, we'll all go home. I think Oliver will next, and then I'll go to Karen.
Thank you for what you do. What led you, I have a couple of questions. If you want to write them down, then you can go for it. What led you to this location?
Sorry, can you say that one more time, sir?
What led you to this location? Number one. Number two, did you look at other locations? If so, What were the key differences with this current proposed location versus the other locations? Number 4, were there any other zoning requirements at any of the other locations that would have come before the council? Number 5, who are your other competitors that do similar work here within the city of South Bend or near locations that offer the same type of treatment? I would like to know those kind of things for that, and what distinguishes you with your other competitors from that standpoint. I did need to throw in one thing, because you said something in the questioning of it. You said that people were going to be walking from one place to the other place for that. Could you just clarify that in my 6th and final question at this present time?
So what led us to the current location, and I can have our realtor, Sheila Klogelski, speak upon that. I had been looking with her for a couple of months. We've looked at multiple different locations across the community. The only thing we found that was like a residential multifamily were very large apartment complexes, a lot of them being close to $1 million, and frankly weren't even close to being in our budget. On the other side of it, we found many small apartment complexes or small duplexes that could maybe house 8 to 10 people at max. And to try to get to the 20 beds we would need, we would have to probably have 2 to 3 locations spread out amongst the city, which in terms for us means more staff, more difficult to supervise, more transportation further away. So ultimately what led us to this location was, it was close by, conveniency for our transport drivers to get these patients to and from treatment, to and from work, to and from school. But also it was a large enough building to get us close to that, 20, 25 bed we were looking for. And what was a good layout. If you look at the layout of the building, a large majority of the bedrooms are just down one hallway. The plan of, putting a security guard and a desk with cameras at the end of that reception area with a screen in front of him, one guy can see the entire exterior of the building, and all he has to do is turn his head in his chair to see everyone's in their bedrooms. So the layout being all one level with that long hallway, it was really nice for us.
Okay.
I think I kind of hit the first 3 questions altogether there. If you want any more clarification, I can go on that. Other zoning requirements depended on the facilities. Some of them were just zoned residential. Maybe they were large homes, so we would have had to try to get a special use permit for that. Others were already residential multifamily, just too large of dwellings for what we were looking for. Competitors for similar treatment in our area, the only thing that really compares to us would be Life Treatment Centers. Big difference is that they don't offer a medical detox.
The closest would, so that would be Life Treatment Centers, and then the closest one in our area outside of that in terms of other cities would be what?
Probably Recovery Works in Maryville.
Maryville, yeah. There's a Recovery Works out in Maryville, but if we're talking when we have patients that we have to send to sober living, Mr. Davis, we send them to Minnesota, Florida, or California. Because we also want to send our patients to a CARF accredited. We want to send them to a good place that we know that's going to be beneficial to them.
Are they only sent to for-profit areas, or you also consider non-profit areas? What are you looking at?
We do send most to for-profit, but we have some amazing non-for-profit sober living houses in our area, such as Jane's House and Dismas House and those kinds of things. But they service, their services are a little bit different than the services that we do provide in terms of the care. But they're amazing facilities.
And the last question, regarding the walking to and from for eating purposes and breakfast, lunch,
yeah, they would be transported. I want to clarify that up. We have 2 large 14-passenger vans, and the idea is these staff members that are at the facility would also be trained secondarily as a transport driver. Typical day would be wake up at 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m. you're transported to Choices. 8 to 8:30 eat breakfast. From 8:30 to 12:30 you have your intensive outpatient classes combined with either a counseling session, case management session. 12:30 to 1:30, eat lunch. At 1:30, you would then either go to your job or back to school, whatever that patient chooses to do. Returning home at 9:30 at night, curfew at 11.
Okay, thank you. I'll reserve till afterwards.
All right, Karen?
Yes, thank you for, the information and for the work that you do. In terms of one page of your literature, you talk about the admission process. Can you go into more detail what that looks like? Because you indicated here that individuals must apply for admissions.
Yes.
And then what do you look at and how do you select them? What is the length of that selection process as well?
I think at this time, we're actually considering an advisory board, people within the community to help us choose as well. So right now, we're kind of in the early stages of deciding on how we're going to do that process. But the process is going to have to, they're going to have to come with references from the treatment program in which they were in. We have to know that they're compliant in the treatment facilities that they're partaking in. We also want to make sure that they're going to fit into, why do they want to come to this sober living? Is it because they're coming back home close to family? Is it because they have children? Are they from this area? So all things need to be considered in terms of who these 20 beds are going to be. They're going to go fast. And so we want to make sure that we're bringing in the right people for the community in which we live and which we serve.
I'd like to add, too, that this facility would be single-sex, either male or female.
Yes.
Just the way the layout is, there's no good way of breaking it up to separate those genders. Currently, right now, we are leaning towards it being all-female, but have yet to make a distinction on that.
You made mention that you haven't decided in terms of having the advisory board. If this is approved, what is the time frame in terms of establishing that advisory board? If you look at others, individuals within the community, what's the training process that will be in place for them to be able to identify who should be selected? And then my other question, what's the pool in which you would be making your selection from, the number of individuals that possibly could be in the pool?
That's going to come from our kids. To start with your first question, we'd really like to have a 90-day process to really look at an advisory board. That gives us 3 months. There's still things that have to be done once this approval, I hope, goes into place. Then we will start kind of looking at who we want on that board and people that can help us with that. And we would love it to be members of the community. Obviously, there's a HIPAA compliance there as well. So there's going to have to be some paperwork that's signed for confidentiality, of course. But we also want to look at the 90-day process for that. The pool in which we pull from is going to be references and referrals from case managers and the clinical therapists as well. So that's where our pool of individuals are going to come from. I'm sure people may hear about it and want to write in, but it's still going to follow the same referral process of coming from our staff.
Okay. My final question, I heard you mention 20 beds, or is it 20 individuals based on the beds that you have, or are you looking at 25? So I heard 20 to 25, so I want to make sure that we're actually talking about the exact number of individuals that could possibly be housed here at this location.
So the maximum occupancy is 25, but we are making a commitment to the council tonight to 20. I think we can comfortably house 20 people. I don't think there's any need to try to shove any more than that in there. I think 20 is a good number. We'd be satisfied with that.
And so you would not go over that number if indeed this is approved?
Agreed, yes.
Okay. Correct. You wouldn't come back in a year and say, at this point, we would like to increase. Is that
Our next step, as I stated, this would be all one gender, would be to try to find another location for the next gender. That would ultimately be our next goal. So we wouldn't try to stuff any more into this. Again, we'd probably, most likely this is going to be all female, and we would try to find another location for our male staff. Male clients.
Councilmember Teschkin.
A couple of things. I just want to quickly clarify that these commitments will be written and submitted to council, and then express to the audience that those commitments then stay with the property, so that this is a commitment that's binding and enforceable. Second thing I want to ask, thank you, Councilmember White, for your questions, but and maybe this goes to the planning. We've had some special exception before, I believe, that instead of sticking with the property, went to the owner. Is that right? Jordan, do you speak to that, or?
He does.
Special uses, special exception uses can't really legally be tied to a specific user. It would be tied to the property itself. So you could, but however you decide to approve or not approve this, but if you decide to approve, you can make as many conditions on it as you want. It just can't be tied to a specific user.
Can't be tied to a specific user.
Correct.
Okay.
Stays with the property.
Right, so that as well stays with the property. The building to the, I guess it would be the west there, the gentleman who was up earlier referred to it as a vacant duplex. It is and will be, if this petition moves forward, it is and will remain zoned office. So there's no current residence there, but it's a residential duplex, correct? But it's zoned office?
Are you talking the building directly to the west?
Looks like in the,
The corner lot, the corner lot.
It's kind of carved out.
It's a duplex identical to the other duplexes in the area that are zoned MF1. It is currently vacant. There was somebody working on it sporadically. I don't know what the purpose is, but it's the size of all the other duplexes in the area.
Just for clarification, it is OB. I mean,
Yes, it is.
It's the same as the current property that you're petitioning on.
Yes.
And it's not residential.
No, it's not residential. It's zoned OB. Right next to the building on our property is a concrete parking lot. This duplex is adjacent to the parking lot at our parcel.
Same ownership.
Appears to be. Shows that way.
With regard to parking, that gets to my next question. Brandon, you had mentioned shuttle drivers. Are your residents are they able to have their own vehicle? Is there sufficient parking for 20 vehicles if that were the case, or how does that work?
We do not plan on letting our patients have vehicles.
Okay.
We think that's too much freedom too early. We do not want that. And again, there's not going to be enough place for parking. We feel a lot more comfortable, transporting our patients. And there may become a time in their treatment, let's say they're 6 months clean, doing well, have had no slip-ups, that they start to use an Uber or a bus. But that's going to be based off that individual's progress in their treatment and be recommended by the clinical team. But we plan on transporting them all.
So that's to and from work or school up until that 11 p.m. curfew?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If that takes all the questions from council, we'll move to the public portion of this hearing.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will take those who are here to speak in favor of this petition first. You want a timer?
Good evening. Maria Stancati.
Oh,
sorry.
Just a second, I'm sorry. What are the timing?
Rules are 5 minutes per person,
Up to 5.
and then for and against. What we do is accumulation of the time for is equal to the time for those speaking against. And I can keep both if you want me to.
Okay, very good. President Scott will keep time. Those speaking in favor will have 5 minutes each. When we get to the opposition portion...
Yeah, no repeats.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just as an announcement, just to make things a little more efficient, if someone is saying something you particularly agree with, raising a hand is a great way to let us know that you agree with that, and you don't necessarily need to come up and repeat. We prefer no repeat statements. Thank you.
And we prefer no demonstrations over, applause or cheering or
raising hands,
booing or whatever the case might be. Ms. Stancati, I believe you were first.
Hi, thank you. Maria Stancati, 57785 Crumpstown Highway, South Bend, Indiana, 46619. I'm the Executive Director of Distance House of Indiana, and I support the Sober Living House. I think that people need that next step when they go from rehab to home or to an apartment or to something else. There's nothing really there stabilizing. So I think if they have this intensive outpatient and it has been proven that they need like 16 to 24 hours a week, that would be what they would need to make it forward. Addiction is a disease, and I think that we have all finally realized that, and we need to treat it as such. We can't just say, oh, you're going to have 90 days of treatment, and then, oh my God, you're better. That's not what happens. There's underlying factors, and I think most of you agree and recognize that. And we need to treat the disease. We need to treat people. And maybe people don't like where it's located, but they've had a great record so far. So they're going to have a fence, and they're going to have a gate, and I think that we really need them in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. There'll be time.
Hello, I'm Bill Redmond, Sheriff of St. Joseph County. My office is located at 401 West Sample Street in South Bend. I'm here in support of Choices Recovery as well. I will tell you, I had the opportunity, I was invited while I was running for the office of sheriff back in the fall of 2018, and I had an opportunity to visit Choices. And I'll be honest with you, I had driven past the facility numerous occasions, never even realized it was there. But it was brought to my attention when I was invited by Alicia Brown to come and take a tour of the facility and learn a little bit more about what they do here locally in our community. And I will tell you that I was extremely impressed with the facility and the work that they do for their clients and for the people that are in need of assistance, especially because of the addiction issues that people are faced with. I've been a police officer for 25 years, so we deal with addiction and drug and alcohol abuse on a day-to-day basis. Now, as the sheriff of St. Joseph County, I see that kind of behavior even more, overseeing the day-to-day operations of the jail. And I can tell you that arresting everybody for their addiction and drug and alcohol issues is not the solution. And we need more facilities such as Choices in our neighborhoods and our community. I know it's not favorable amongst some people in the neighborhood. I understand that. And those concerns are real concerns that we all should be paying attention to because of the serious issue with drug addiction and alcohol addiction. I was also impressed with the security and the way they had the facility staffed and the way it was structured. I thought it was very impressive. We have many other agencies such as Dismiss and Life Treatment Centers and other facilities here, but unfortunately we need more assistance. So that is the reason why I am here today, to support Choices Recovery and the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Scott Leeper, 1518 North Burkett Street, Mishawaka. I am absolutely in favor of the sober living facility on Jefferson by Choices. I am an author of the book Drowning in Addiction, Sink or Swim, that launches March 27th. In this book, I talk about my dad's death. I took him off life support in 2012, and I watched him take his last breath because of an alcohol addiction. Tonight, I want to share some statistics with you. We have 325.7 million Americans in the U.S. right now. 1 in 10 Americans deal with a drug abuse issue. That's 10%. That also equates to 32.6 million people. Statistically, in this room of about 150 people, there are 15 people sitting in this room right now that are dealing with a drug abuse problem. And everybody in this room, as a result, is affected by addiction to some degree. The National Institute on Drug Abuse reported in 1999 there were 16,849 overdose deaths. In 2017, there were 70,237, an increase of 53,388 people died. That is a 416.8% increase in less than a decade. 70% of the addicts are gainfully employed, and many rehab facilities have executive rehab programs for those people of influence. 10 to 15% of dentists, no less, will deal with an alcohol or drug addiction in their lifetime. And just recently, a dentist graduated from Choices. Professions with the highest addiction rate, healthcare professions estimated 10 to 15% as well. Sales, farming, forestry, and fishery, law enforcement, restaurants, and I personally was prescribed over 12 medications at the same time as a Marine by Naval Medicine. SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, stated, based on a combined 2009 and 2014 statistic report, 8.7 million children live in a house where at least one parent has an addiction problem. Annual average, 1.5 million, ages 0 to 2. That's 12.8% in that age group. 1.4 million, ages 3 to 5. 2.8 million, ages 6 to 11. And 3 million, ages 12 to 17. In Indiana, according to the Indiana Center for Recovery, 1 in 20 Hoosiers admitted to abusing opiates, and that's underreported. So it's estimated 1 in 16. 84 opioid painkillers issued to every 100 Indiana residents, and the vast majority of heroin abusers started with a prescription opioid. Almost all addictions start when an affected person is a teenager. The coroner's offices are running out of room to store the bodies, literally stacking up. End quote. I've never seen anything like this. This is a disease that is actually causing people to die at a rate that I have never seen in my 20 years of conducting death investigations. That's Alfie Ballou, Chief Deputy Coroner of Marion County. And she also says that those numbers are increasing. In St. Joe County alone, according to AddictionCenter.com, in 2015, the overdose death number outnumbered fatal vehicle crashes and murders combined. And mostly heroin and opioid painkillers. That's 59 people. And a quote on that website stated, local officials say these numbers are staggering, but there isn't the typical response to these numbers like there would be if the same number of people were shot and killed. And in 2015, naloxone was used to revive 265 people suspected of overdosing on opioids. So ladies and gentlemen, in support of this sober living facility, as the prayer at the beginning of this night stated, it's our responsibility, and I add our mission,
30 seconds, sir.
To be good stewards of God's grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I please approach and give you a picture of my sister?
Right there.
I just want to put a face to it. All right, I'm going to get through this. I'm not going to cry. I've been waiting my whole life to do this.
Name and address. Your name and address, please.
Jennifer Knowles, 140 Bercado Place, Mishawaka, Indiana, 46544. Hello, my name is Jennifer Knowles, and my sister Melissa was 36 years young when she died from a fatal dose of fentanyl and heroin this last July. My sister wanted to have a career. She wanted to be able to take care of her daughter, Olivia, independently. She wanted to get married and have babies. In the 20 years that my sister was fighting a hard addiction to opioid pills, and then later, the cheaper, easier drug heroin, I had about 4 calls from her where she was crying. I'm dying, Jenny. I can't do this anymore. I can't stop, and I have to get away. My body's tired, and I'm tired of lying to myself. Of course, my sister was not employed. Her full-time job was being a slave to heroin. To say Melissa's options were limited would be the understatement of this century. My sisters and I come from a middle-class family, and we grew up in Granger. We played softball, we joined our local Brownie squad, and we all graduated from Penn High School. Although our parents divorced, we never could make my dad go away and give up on us girls. We were loved. My mother worked a full-time job and ran us around to sports and choir in the evenings. My stepfather worked at Bosch and made over $150,000 a year, and raising 3 girls, a good portion of that went to our school clothes. Life was good. At 16, Melissa had a dental procedure, and she was prescribed Vicodin. Right after that, she got mono, and she was prescribed Darvocet for 2 months straight. By the time the prescriptions were up, my sister was a teenage addict, and no one knew. Was it school? Was it a boy? No one knew. What we did know was that she was always wanting to go to the doctor. She was always hurt. She was angry and she was secretive. Our family did what most families of addicts do. We fought amongst ourselves for years in silence. My dad was tired of the calls from my mom. So one day he picked Melissa up and he took her to live with him. He just knew that he was going to save her. Meanwhile, my mother and stepfather began to turn on each other. You see, my stepfather blamed himself because apparently no one told him that a stepchild will tell you, "I hate you," 1,000,000 times before they tell you that I love you. So he began to drink and gamble privately. So my mother moved us out and started working 2 jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new American family.
You have 1 minute, ma'am.
Please do not fear the addict. They are already here amongst you, working, going to your favorite restaurant, and sending their children off to school to play with yours. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mayor that's on the New York Times best-selling list, and he is a presidential hopeful. Do we want South Bend, Indiana to be a graveyard, or do we want it to be a Graceland? Do we want to be the face of rebuilding our community and giving American families hope? Please do not let fear divide us.
Thank you. Anyone else choosing to speak in support of?
Skylar Stanton, 4607 South Fellow Street, South Bend, Indiana. I'm a certified recovery coach in the state of Indiana. What led me to this? In my Army career, I was airborne. I tore my meniscus and I broke my ankle, and I was also prescribed opiates. I've been sober for almost 5 years now. My brother wasn't so lucky. Throughout my time as a recovery coach, the biggest issue that we have anywhere in the area is housing. The biggest issue, without a doubt. And this is a chance to help that issue. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you start, hold on. Lieutenant Iser, could you tell everybody out there to, we want to try to keep the doors open because it's warm, but thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kristen Hazley. I live at 54410 29th Street, South Bend, Indiana, 46635. I was raised by an amazing family in central Indianapolis, and after high school I received the full ride scholarship to play Division I soccer at IUPUI. I closed my career as one of the all-time leaders in matches played, save percentage, and goals against. That's about 50 pounds ago, but anyway. I was named to IUPUI's academic advisors list every single semester and was selected to the Semi-League Commissioners list for academic excellence on 3 different occasions. I was selected by my journalism professors to carry our banner at commencement, where I graduated cum laude. My senior year, I was even published by USA Today. For years, I worked for the Youth Soccer Association here in our state, and I actually coached 2 of the current players down the street at Notre Dame. My name is Kristen Hazley, and I'm also a recovering alcoholic. We all like to think that addiction can never happen to us or our families, and for some of us, we're lucky that it hasn't yet. In my family, we were some of the lucky ones who were able to turn a blind eye to this problem until we couldn't anymore. I was the first person in my family to be arrested. I was the first person in my family that ever needed to raise my hand and say that I needed help. For 2 years, my family and I tried to find a place like the outpatient building that we're trying to open here in South Bend. A place where I could live sober and clean and learn how to live a new lifestyle. Unfortunately, these places don't exist in our communities right now. I jumped from 7-day detox to 7-day detox, and from there, from jail to jail, until I finally landed in an inpatient treatment center for an extended period of time. Recovery is a lifelong choice that requires dedication every single day. You heard some of the statistics from some other people, so I won't repeat them. But the patients that we're looking at to come into this facility are going to be the ones that have already proven to us that they're dedicated. I've been working in the addiction recovery field for almost a year now, and as a case manager at Choices, I speak with the families of these patients every single day. They're dying for places like this. We would be cutting off a lifeline for someone who could go on to recover to help any one of our loved ones. I appreciate the consideration.
Thank you.
John, I have one more announcement. For those for the RSVP who, this is going to be a long time here, and for us, RSVP, if you want to say you're in favor or against and you do not want to stay, there will be a sign-up sheet outside. You can put your name, address, number, and whether you're in favor or against RSVP outside if you do not want to stay.
Actually, it's going to rotate around.
Well, I just thought we'd put it outside so it doesn't cause any commotion for anybody else. So Graham will have that out in a few minutes. That's just for people on a tight schedule.
Okay, in support of the facility?
Still can submit.
Yeah, anybody can stay and still speak, and submit to us, but it's out there for the record.
Just let them know it'll be in the record.
Yep, your comment will be noted if you just want to sign.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, John.
No, you're good.
Good evening. My name is Clara Ross. I live at 726 Cushing Street, South Bend, Indiana, 46616. Thank you for 5 minutes. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Thank you for giving others the possibility to live, if it's only for 5 minutes, of a choice that can be made. Right now we have a choice that we are willingly making on our own to live and give others a possibility to live. That's what sobriety really is. It is a chance. It is a chance. That's all we want. As a family member of those who are full of people who are addicted to cocaine, to parents who are alcoholics, I ask you for a chance and a place and hope and a dream and a possibility to live one more day, to express one more day, to give my family one more day, to give me hope, a hand out one more day. So what does this 5 minutes mean? Everything. What does sobriety mean? Everything. What does housing mean? Everything. It's only for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Vaness. I live at 1309 East Mishawaka Avenue, Mishawaka, Indiana, 46544. I have worked for Choices since we've opened, as I am now lead case manager for the last 4 years. And I can tell you as lead case manager, we do everything from not only setting them up aftercare to help further their recovery, but also help them with any legal issues that may be some of them that have when they come to our facility. Because every chance as case managers that we can do to help these patients who we also consider being family to live and be successful in something, they have something for the first time in their lives to look forward to by helping them get their past cleared, we can do that. I'm also going to tell you today, a lot of people here don't know, I am a person of long-term recovery, which means I've not had a drink since 1999. I am proud to say that because of PTSD, of multiple tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as 93 in Somalia. The VA would not help me. They wanted to give me pills, which I had 2 of my
fellow comrades killed themselves. One OD, one put a shotgun and killed himself. I didn't want that option, so I got help. I got counseling, which is another thing that we do well at our program. We have some of the best minds in the country when it comes to counseling. We have one of the best clinical directors you could ever imagine who does amazing things with what we are given as options. I am proud to be a part of this program. I'm proud to be a part of the Choices family. I have worked in several places since my mandatory retirement from the military, from being wounded, and I can tell you I would not want to go anywhere else. To the day they have to carry me out of there, I will continue to fight every day to help these patients be successful. And that means sometimes we have to be there. We have to listen when, no matter what's going on, we are that ear. Sometimes we're the ear for the family. When we make our weekly calls to these family members and they cry and they scream and they're frustrated and angry because they don't know what to do, we have to be that ear. But we keep carrying on. We keep pushing forward. And one thing I want to end with in my short time here is to always remember, as a Lutheran, I've been always taught to understand the great knowledge from Martin Luther, who asked ourselves, what kind of a person are we when we leave this world? Are we going to be someone that just got by with whatever came and just let others fall? Or do we stand up, help those who can't help themselves, and we carry them? That is what kind of person I want to be. I want to help those help themselves. And I would like to say again, thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate it. And I am very much in support, again, for this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Forey. I live at 631 North Lafayette Boulevard, South Bend, Indiana, 46601. I work for Outreach Services for Oxford House. What we do is we offer transitional living for those who are in long-term recovery, and I support this. Working with a similar population, many times people come out of treatment and they have to go back home to where it was comfortable, back to families that are using, or back on the streets where they don't have the sustainability to be able to change their lives. And so I support this. Every person that has the disease of addiction has to take a different pathway. And sometimes people need more structure. Other people get it right after treatment. And I completely support this because there are those who, in Choices, will be able to have that accountability and care over them, so that way when they leave, they'll be more sustainable to become productive members of society. And I myself too am in long-term recovery. I have not had a drink since 8/14/17, and with that I struggled with the disease of addiction for 5 years, and it was because I would come out of treatment, and when I came home I did not have that safe environment to go to. And so now I advocate for those who are damaged by the stigma. I'm a normal person. I have 2 kids. I had a full music scholarship to school. I was a missionary in Honduras. And in my active addiction, I was looked at as trash. And because of a place like Choices that gave me a second chance with no judgment, having a new social network that believed in me and helped push me, I am where I am at today, where I can help change the lives of others. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Yes.
My name is Shane McClellan, 2734 Sampson Street. I work at Choices Recovery. I'm a behavior interventionist, as Brandon spoke about before. A couple things I want to touch on. Number one, I do deal with the behavior of clients, and there is very little. Everyone there wants to be there, and there's very, very rarely a problem to the point where I have to intervene. They're there because they want to, and we don't have violence in our facility ever. We have very little issues. I personally am in recovery, my family is too. And the more resources, the better. We are trying to help, and everyone here wants to help. So I am very much in support.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christopher Santiago, 3008 Trenton Court, Mishawaka. I am in support of this. I didn't come from a bad home. I didn't come from the streets. I was middle upper class. I had a job in aviation, and I had an injury, and I became addicted to prescription painkillers, and then ended up losing my career and my home and most of my family to this disease. And it's because I didn't have a place like this. I went to a treatment center. They sent me back home, and I didn't know what to do. I had learned to live life a certain way, And everything was new to me. I didn't have someone to help me. I didn't have someone to guide me in a good direction until I found Choices. And I myself now work at Choices as well, trying to help people from make the same mistakes that I did. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Wells. I live at 19532 Sunset Lane here in South Bend. I'm also the Community Transition Program Case Manager for St. Joseph County Community Corrections. In my experience, what I have seen as a whole is individuals, whether you're coming out of DOC or in active addiction and active treatment, is you need someplace safe to go. If you don't have that place, you're going to fail. This sober living facility is very, very important to those in addiction. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no one else, okay.
My name is Matthew Landry. I live at 54410 29th Street, 46615. I'm here to support Choices Recovery and the opening of this building for them. I want to share with you what they've done for me. I've been struggling with addiction for 8 years now as a resident of South Bend. I like to express the gratitude I have for the place and everything that they've done for me and helped me through by starting with where I was at in my life before I got here. I had just been through serious trauma. I lost all hope. My baby was taken into custody of the state of Indiana, DCS. I have a 1-year-old baby boy. My heart was broken. I struggled to manage a job. My relationship with my son's mother was falling apart. I was distant from all of my family. I lost my home and was in trouble with the law. I heard about Choices Recovery and I called them. They were very fast to pick me up. When I got there, I was treated with respect and love, and I knew that everyone there really cared. I learned how to heal all the brokenness inside of me through the courses that I took there. I learned how to form healthy new relationships and how to handle situations that used to baffle me. Through certain classes that I attended, I learned to identify what behaviors I had to change and how to do that in order to prevent relapse. I learned how to connect with people and communicate what I needed to stay clean and sober. Today, because of the changes I've made in my life with the help of everybody at Choices, all of my legal issues have been handled and cleared up. I see my son every week and will have him back in my custody in a couple more months. I live in a sober environment and am able to pay my rent and manage a full-time job in recovery. Me and my son's mother are in counseling and repairing our relationship, and my family is very supportive of my recovery. I can say that it is because of everything I learned here and all the great people that have come into my life from Choices that I am at this point in my life. I couldn't have done it without them.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Gill. I live at 7651 West, 1400 North, in DeMott, Indiana. Even though I don't live or reside in South Bend, I am a nurse here at Choices Recovery for the past year. I am a wife, mother, sister, daughter, and a nurse. I have worked at Choices for a year, and prior to that, I was a nurse at the Indiana State Prison, maximum security. I used to think that the criminals when they would state that they were there because the system did them wrong, and they would say that they committed their crimes, they were under the influence or on a bender, that it was all just a cop-out. The truth is, the addiction is truly the monster. But sadly, addiction can take them there. This is our chance and our opportunity as a whole and as the community to give families back their moms, dads, sons, and daughters. No one grows up wanting to be an addict. My patients carry the guilt and shame of being an addict all on their own without us placing that on them. People have the need and the want to be accepted. With everyone in the community knowing this is a sober living, my patients are already being judged. So for them to make this commitment willingly, this is a very brave step for them. They deserve to be built up and supported by each and every one of us. I want to leave you with one thought. We are all just one bad
day away from being an addict ourselves.
Good evening. My name is Brad Black, 54410, 29th Street, South Bend, Indiana, 46635. I owe my life to choices. Honestly, I would not be here right now if it was not for choices. I've been struggling since I was a teenager, opiates, and I've been through this enough to know that if we do not give some recovering addicts, anybody that needs the help, we don't give them a place to go, if they're not ready to go home, they need help. I've been through it. I didn't get the help I needed when I completed a program, and it led me here, and I'm grateful to be here today. Sober living houses, it's more than just, giving people a place to live. It helps. It teaches them lessons, gets reintegrated into society, and that's crucial for people like me, because I didn't have that, and I thank God every day that I am where I am, because now I get the chance to help other people and give them my experiences, and with that, if I can help people with the sober living house, then it makes it worth it at the end of the day for me. So, thank you.
My name is Sheila Sigelski. My address is 52022 Woods Drive in Granger, Indiana. Excuse me. I don't like public speaking. Thank you for your time and consideration to the matters before you. I'm a real estate agent representing the buyer. I know you may be thinking, of course she wants to talk because she has a vested interest in the sale of this property. I assure you that is not the case. I really dislike speaking in public. I am here to tell you 2 short stories that will explain why I believe this change should take place. 60 plus years ago, I was born the last child of 10 siblings. With a family that big, the odds of them having an addiction problem were against us, and 2 of my brothers were the unlucky winners. One was fortunate enough to love his job so much that he chose it over the addiction. The other, at the end of the last month, celebrated his first year clean after 50 years of drug abuse due to help of a wonderful addiction center in Florida, very similar to Choices Recovery. Both were professionals in their field. Same parents, different results. My one brother has a great retirement, 2 homes, 2 Harleys, and gets to be retired and happy. They needed to find his own way of addictions. He actually even married an addiction counselor. The other one lives in an apartment on Social Security only. He's near death. We've almost lost him 3 times. That we know of. Life is all about choices, but we still love them both. The next story is about someone I've known since the day she was born. She works in a very busy emergency room in a big city. One evening, when the ER was at full capacity, one of the regulars, as she referred to him, came in off the street smelling of alcohol. She told me that she put him in a room and was going to let him warm up and sleep it off while she attended to patients who were more with serious conditions. One of her attending nurses took it upon herself to get the blood work ordered for this man simply because it was protocol for someone who came in with the type of pain he was having. Her next words to me, when the results came back, she came to the doctor and read them to her since she was busy with another patient. Her words to me were said between tears. Sheila, if it wasn't for my nurse that night, that man might have died under my watch. She felt so awful because she had judged him by the basis of his appearance and smell. He could have died, but instead he had open heart surgery. She's a very hardworking, compassionate, caring person who was having a difficult night, but she learned a lesson that evening that would last her a lifetime. Don't judge people by their looks. This man was someone's son and probably someone's dad. Just because he made a poor choice at some time in his life doesn't mean he's worth less than you or I. Why would you not want to help people who seek help to make their lives better? I don't understand that. They could be your child or husband or father or mother, your aunt, your uncle, your sister, or your brother. They could be, tonight, you hold in your hands the vote to make many people's lives better instead of bitter. The choice is yours. It is possible to hate addiction without hating people.
Good evening, my name is Betty Jean Karanen. Address is 431 West Lawrence, Mishawaka, Indiana, 46545. I'm here in favor of this sober living house. I personally didn't wake up 15 years ago and say, I want to destroy my life. I joined the United States Marine Corps, and I was in a very severe traumatic ATV accident where I shattered my entire face, broke my back, and was in a coma and suffered a severe brain injury. Ended up being a blessing. It intensified my alcoholism and made it very incredibly dangerous for me to drink. When I came home after being relieved of my duty in the military, I was surrounded by, thankfully, incredibly supportive family. Not everyone has that option. So my family helped get me into recovery shortly after I came home. Not everybody has that option. In the over 6 years I've been in recovery in this area, I've seen multiple people go back out because they've needed a local inpatient facility for them to be at, and it was not here for them. So as a member of the veteran community, I see at the VA facility on a normal basis, like 9 times out of 10, someone has either a drinking or drug addiction issue in the VA clinic when I go there. I don't have statistics in front of me, but from my personal experience in the VA community, this is a very needed facility in the area. Thank you.
My name is Pat McGann. My office is at 2313 East Edison Road, South Bend, and I did not come here to speak on or against this action tonight. I came for a totally different reason, but have been listening to everything that's going on. When I was 15 years old, my brothers and I started an ambulance service. I worked all through high school up until the age of about 31, 32, somewhere in there, and was among the first licensed paramedics in the state of Indiana. Our license number was 1. In all of that time, after we became paramedics and could dispense drugs, I never once, ever, dispensed Narcan, which was an anti-narcotic drug that we carried on the ambulance in all those years. I'm also now in the funeral business. I own and operate 4 funeral homes within the city of South Bend, 4 licensed facilities. We're the oldest funeral home in the state of Indiana and the oldest business of any kind in the South Bend area. Last year we probably had 6 opioid deaths. I remember a situation where a man and a woman, boyfriend, girlfriend, lived in Chicago in a high-rise apartment overlooking Lakeshore Drive in Lake Michigan. And this fellow was a rising star in his family's business in Elkhart, big, large manufacturing business. And he was the heir apparent to take over the company, very wealthy family. And they came home on work. They came home after work on a Friday, were not seen again until Monday. Both of their companies went to check on them, and they both still had the needles in their arms of a fentanyl heroin overdose. Another situation that we had was a young woman, like 30s, 20s, and her daughter, she was living with her dad. She had this problem. She was living with her dad with her young child, and her young child came in and found her mom with the needle still in her arm. The child was like an 8-year-old girl. And then most recently, we had a man who was brought home on Christmas by his mother. His mother, he'd been down in Florida, he'd been in rehab, one of these programs, for like 2 years. Been in and out of it, and was in it, and was doing very well. Came home, he arrived here on Christmas Eve, and his mother found him dead in her bedroom on Christmas morning. So that's all I wanted to say.
Good evening, my name is Donald Weiss. I live at 532 and a half Kosciuszko Street here in South Bend. Zip code is 46619. I am also a veteran. I served 3 years in the U.S. Army as a military policeman. Due to a financial difficulty situation, I became homeless at the Miller Vet Center back in 2010. And recently, in the last 6 years, I've been residing in my house on Kosciuszko Street. And during the time I was homeless, I'm currently also in the Miller Vets Color Guard unit. We go around and do ceremonies for veterans and go to DAV, American Legion Post, march in parades, raise funds for homeless veterans in their housing, and so on and so forth. In our Color Guard unit, we had 2 veterans that had a major alcohol poisoning problem and a major opiate problem. They went to the Light Treatment Center, and they did not get any assistance. I tried to attempt to take them in there to get rehab and get detox, and they turned around and walked out, and they refused the treatment. They chose to be out here on the streets and homeless. In other words, they did not want any assistance. So I finally persuaded them to come to my home, and I was going to give them a safe haven to stay off of drugs and alcohol because I did not tolerate it in my home. And I attempted to try to help them be sober, keep them active in the community in our Color Guard unit, and so on and so forth, and they refused to get my assistance, and they refused to cooperate with me. It's an ongoing battle situation when people make a choice in their lifetime and they don't want any assistance. There's nothing you can do about it. There's a lot of homeless people out here on the streets here in the city of South Bend that needs assistance. They either have a drug, alcohol poisoning problem, whatever. I'm for choice. Choice sounds like it's a very good program to get them back on their feet again, to have some sort of a structured lifestyle, and I'm for it 100%. Because recently on that one veteran that I tried to assist, he died of alcohol poisoning at the former hotel complex that was on Lincoln Way East at the Wooden Indian. He was found dead of alcohol poisoning because he couldn't get his hands on liquor, so he drank mouthwash to get drunk. It is very, very devastating to witness this, and when you feel like you wish there was something else you could do for them, there's something else you could have said. It hurts when a fellow comrade leaves us because he is so sick. The Choice Center is the best thing this community needs right now, and I'm for it 100%. Thank you.
My name is Kelly Williams. Live at 3008 Trenton Court, Mishawaka. My story as a recovering addict, I'm from California, and I graduated a 5-year apprenticeship where I got my bachelor's in science and mechanical engineering. And the whole time I was going through school, I was an addict. I was in my addiction. I had been through treatment several times and returned home to the same environment and kept relapsing. I didn't understand it, I didn't get it, so I attempted to take my own life twice. This last time through treatment, I didn't end up going home. I stayed out here. I now work at Choices Recovery. And that's why I'm alive today, sober, is because they've helped me see that going home was not the best option for me. So this sober living is what needs to happen for people like me to stay sober. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beth Sweda. I live at 71701 Spruce Road in Walkerton, Indiana. 12 years ago, my husband became addicted to opioids due to a back surgery. He worked for FedEx. We were in a stable, happy home with 2 children. Over the course of 10 years, his addiction grew. One by one, he lost everything that he loved the most. At the height of his addiction, in 2017, he was not only addicted, but he was also committing crimes in our community. He was stealing from businesses, taking the scrap metal just to feed his addiction. He became so focused on committing crimes and stealing because he couldn't get a job, he couldn't hold a job, that he ended up committing a crime with my son in the car. My point is that we need this in our community, and if we don't have something like this, it's going to result in more crime, not less. The people who may be afraid that the people in their neighborhood are going to commit crimes is just completely false, I think, in my opinion, because my husband went from a fine, upstanding father to a common criminal on the street. Thank you.
Let's flip it. Okay. The opposition. Now we'll move to those who are speaking in opposition to this petition. If you could approach the podium, state your name and address, and express your opinion.
Chair, those speaking against have a complete total. It's based on who comes to the podium, but 41 minutes. They can't go over 41 minutes.
Okay.
My name is Bob Edmondson, and I reside at 317 South 26th Street, South Bend, Indiana, 46615. I would really be foolish to stand up here and try to tell you after all of these speeches that I am in opposition to choices. I am in opposition to the location. I would fully support a different spot. I live within a half a block of this proposed location, and I live in a community that is 77 years old, that is a 55-plus community with over 240 units. The location where this proposed facility is at, if you just spread out a little bit, there are hundreds of apartment units, of apartments that are just to the west. There's another large apartment complex just across the street that houses hundreds of children. We have school buses that stop directly in front of and across the street from where this facility is located. I would fully support the operation in a different location. I am most concerned about the safety in our neighborhood. I have serious reservations about certain things that the presenters said tonight. I attended 2 public meetings as recently as last Thursday. And to be honest with you, several things that were said here tonight were different than what they said in the public meetings that I was at on Thursday. I question the safety at their 3606 East Jefferson location. I understand that Sheriff Redmond says they have a nice camera and all of that, and I believe they do. But since this has become an issue, I personally, along with my wife, drove into that facility on 2 different occasions, parked one time for 10 minutes, another time for in excess of 15, and was never, ever, ever, ever approached. I saw patients coming and going outside of the gated area, and maybe that's perfectly acceptable, I don't know. But I heard them say tonight that the gate was more for preventing people from going in. I'm telling you right now, I sat there on 2 different occasions in excess of 10 minutes both times and was never ever approached, never asked why I was there. I fully believe that we need this type of thing in our community. I've lived here for almost 65 years in South Bend and Mishawaka, and we have a real need. I understand that, but this is not the right location, and therefore I would ask the council to vote in opposition to this.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Common Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Lorraine Sellis, and I am the dentist next door, the owner of the property immediately adjacent to 2610 East Jefferson Boulevard. I reside at 133 North Esther in South Bend. I am in strong opposition for the proposed zoning change for the following reasons. This zoning change and special exception will negatively affect the use and the value of my property as a dental practice that I have established since 2002. Per the petition, a special exception cannot adversely affect the use of the adjacent areas or the property value. Reason 2. This request in zoning change is not consistent with the character of the district. Number 3, it will create a challenge for me in recruiting future dentists and staff members. My employees do feel concerned about having a recovering addict home next door. The office buffer zone was intentional. Changing it to MF1 residential zone so that a foreign for-profit entity from Michigan can operate a business out of it seems contradictory to me. Jefferson Boulevard has a lot of visibility, easy access, and it's next to the St. Joseph Valley, MetroNet fiber line. This should be saved for future businesses. Please do not sacrifice the space and grant rezoning, which could negatively affect the area for years to come. And lastly, I would just like to urge the Common Council to look into who TIA Corporation is. We're inviting them to set roots in South Bend. They're from Battle Creek, Michigan. What kind of track record do they have there in that community? Thank you for your time.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Margaret Hicks, and I live at 2627 Birchway, South Bend, 46615. My house is located 3/16 of a mile away from 2610 East Jefferson. As president of Walnut Grove Mutual Housing Association, I would like to share with you who we are. We are a not-for-profit housing association for individuals 55 and up. Individuals purchase the right to occupy their units. We are not a rental property, nor do we receive any federal subsidized funds. Our board of directors, which represents our members, has voted to oppose this zoning with special exemption request. We are concerned about the devaluation of our properties. We are also concerned for the safety of our residents, many of whom are in their 70s and 80s and are very frail. We are concerned for the safety of our neighbors, many of whom are children.
plus the safety of our employees. So I would hope you would reconsider and vote no to this. Yes, this is needed in South Bend, but not at that corner with all the children. Thank you.
Good evening. Members of the City Common Council, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it after being here all day. My name is Mont Annis. My address is 133 North Esther Street in South Bend. My wife is the dentist and the owner of the property immediately adjacent to 2610 East Jefferson Boulevard. She purchased the property in 2002 and operated her dental practice for 17 years there, investing money, time, and paying employees. In 2013, she expanded her practice, enabling her to hire more dental professionals and to serve our community better. She currently employs 8 employees, including myself. I'm the bureaucrat there. I am here in strong opposition to this proposed zoning change for the following reasons. And let me stop right there. This is about a zoning change, nothing else. And then they're also asking for a special exemption. I'm in strong opposition for the following reasons. 1, the Area Plan Commission of St. Joe County has given this petition an unfavorable recommendation. I was there, it was 8-2. Second, allowing a for-profit foreign entity to rezone a commercially taxed property to MF1 residential to operate their for-profit enterprise is inconsistent with the future land use plan for this area. The future land use plan for this area is commercial. I got that tidbit from the staff report. 3, at the Area Plan Commission's public hearing, the petitioners stated that they plan on housing 20 to 30 recovering addicts at the location. We all stressed safeness and everything. In their rebuttal, they said our concerns of safety are non-existent. The next day I found out there were 4 registered sex offenders at the address. The same website was operated by Sheriff Redmond. The next day when we had a community outreach, they denied that they were ever there. We reminded them that Sheriff Redmond's website had them on there. They did not know where they went. This zoning change and special exemption will damage the use and value of the adjacent offer buffer zone properties, including the Mutual Housing Authority across the street. Per the zoning code, a special exemption cannot adversely affect the use and adjacent areas of property value. It will create future challenges in recruitment of dentists and other dental professionals. Dentists are retiring in South Bend. You commemorated one last month. That office sits empty right now. No one's coming. I'm having trouble for finding people to come to South Bend. They're choosing other communities. This will definitely be inconvenience to us, trying to get dental professionals to come. Recently, a spouse of an opioid addict killed a physician in 2017. My fears are real. It happens. It could happen. It may not. These people have been down the street from our office and a mile from my home. So when people say this is NIMBY, not in my backyard, it's not NIMBY, not in my backyard. It's not in my backyard again. How many is enough? There are 2 within a mile of my house, and now, or this will be 2 within a mile of my house. This request in zoning change is not consistent with the character of the district. Office buffer zone is an intentional, integral part of the Jefferson Boulevard corridor. Carving out an MF1, if the clerk could put the picture of the...
1 minute, sir.
Pardon?
No, just keep going, you have 1 minute.
Carving out an MF1 zone in between 2 office buffer properties is destroying the district. It's no longer an office buffer district. It's a check mark of MS1 office buffer. And with that, I thank the council for your time. I appreciate everything you do, and I wouldn't want to do it. It's amazing what you people do. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm Charlotte Sobel. I live at 2601 Cypress Way, which is really at the intersection of Cypress and 26th Street, and I live 1/4 of a mile away from this property due north. You would fall into my driveway. I am in total opposition to this request for rezoning and a special exception. I spoke at the Area Plan Commission. I believe that when Mont and I both spoke, it opened some eyes. Things that were said at that meeting, things that were said at the meeting that was held last week at Walnut Grove with Brandon and Patrick, were in direct opposition to things that were said to you and promised here tonight. And I am saying that you need to understand who these people are, and I am not meaning Choices Recovery here. I am talking about TIA Corporation, who put in the petition. They are a sole proprietor, for-profit business with headquarters in Battle Creek, Michigan. Unlike a nonprofit or a not-for-profit, there is no governing board representing the community. Any assurances made by them in support of this bill today and in past hearings and meetings regarding how the program will operate, the safety features built in to protect both the clients, quote, / patients, residents, and the neighborhood could be nullified immediately and without notice or consent of the neighborhood or the city. This is a private, for-profit corporation. In addition, it has been stated by the presenters that when clients, to us at the Walnut Grove meeting, when clients' private insurance or personal funds run out, they are removed from the program and relocated elsewhere. While this may be in the best interest of the business, it is a churning of people for profit. I was grateful to hear that during the time that they're churning people for profit, some people truly got help. The addition of this property will just allow them to churn more people for profit, because we have been told, unlike what was intoned tonight, that only people who are at Choices down the street will be lucky enough to move here, and now they're saying that they may come from elsewhere. So all of that is for profit at the expense of our neighborhood to a corporation based in Battle Creek, and I urge you to do your research on that. They also stated to us, and I don't know in the materials that you got, that no client is allowed to leave the program, even though it's voluntary, without a place to go or a follow-up care program. As Mont mentioned, when questioned about the 4 registered sex offenders who lived there in 2018, the response was, and I wrote this down from a gentleman who is not in this room but who does represent them, "We don't know and we don't care." Well, if they can be so cavalier toward that, I don't know what they are to other people. Obviously, their concerns do not extend wholeheartedly and full-heartedly. When those people's funds ran out, they were out of the program. In opposition to what Brandon said earlier to you about fencing this property, it was also stated to us that only if they had the money would they fence it. They will not be owning the property to the left that faces Jefferson and 26th Street. Their parking lot is to the rear of the building. That parking lot is owned by the apartment complex across the street, where mothers with their children park 24/7, and fathers and sons and daughters, etc. So it's something that changes that we hear. I urge you to do more research. We were told, as Bob mentioned, that the fences were there to keep those of us who live on the outside out. I, too, spent time in Choice's parking lot for a total of 30 minutes. We were also told at our public hearing by Patrick, who is no longer here tonight, that they couldn't build an addition on their property because insurance regulations wouldn't allow it. They have a huge parking lot, half of which never has a vehicle on it, because I've driven by and go around it a number of times. So I want all of this clarified. The other thing is, if their average client is a married man who's 27 years old, why are they saying this will be only for females? Probably because most of us who live at Walnut Grove are women, so they think it's going to be easier for us to accept. I want you to do research. I hope you support the area plan recommendation to deny this special exception and rezoning and retain the strength of our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to all of us that are here. My name is Judy Schultz. I am two of Walnut Grove residents at 2612 Birch Bay. I'm here with concerns of the rezoning of the MF1, the building at 2610 East Jefferson, requested by Choices Recovery, located at 3606 East Jefferson, to turn this facility into a sober living facility for residents associated with this company. My concerns are real and not hearsay. Have personally witnessed how Choices has run this current facility in part for the past 4 years. My daughter's home on 35th Street, along with 2 other residents adjacent to this facility, with sizable backyards, with all amenities, including pool, used for family gatherings for the past 30-plus years, all of which the last 4 years has been hampered with vulgarity, concert volume music, no curfew, with zero regard for neighbors and businesses, including Riverbend Cancer Facility, that invested dearly to outside property for clients to have a peaceful atmosphere, is very, very rarely used for this purpose. Choices has been contacted because of the problems personally with complaints of the noise behavior and the lack of security and the control of their behaviors, but to no avail. So contact has turned to law enforcement. I do want to remind you, I cannot speak for the winter months. This is spring, summer, and fall. Police would come. It would get quiet for about 15 minutes, and in 15 minutes, the noise was back up, louder than it was before. I'm sorry, Another thing I want to bring up about the facilities as far as the security, it was brought up earlier by one of the constituents from Choices that it was brought to their attention at one of the meetings, which was at the Walnut Grove meeting, that several times, it wasn't one time that these kids jumped over the fences. They do it quite often. At one time, different times with volleyballs and whatever. And he also brought up one family picnic. Well, this has been going on for the last 4 years, so we don't avail the property on 35th Street very often. With that being said, if they're granted this rezoning, what guarantee does anyone, not only Walnut Grove, but in our area, have that the promise of a secure facility at 2610 East Jefferson has any merit at all, considering what takes place, or I should say what doesn't take place security-wise at their current facility? One more thought, which has been also mentioned tonight and is very true, which we have found out. Their so-called locked security gate is either wide open / not working, and or people are available to just go in and do whatever they want to. And this has been seen many, many times. It makes me wonder, do they really care about the clientele, or are they just there for the moneymaker? And I'm sure I can speak for not only myself, but everyone in here. I myself, I think we've probably all been touched by addictions. And I think I can speak for everyone. It's not the facility that we don't, the facilities that we don't want. It's the locations. And
30 seconds, ma'am.
Okay. Choices is located next to a liquor store, and now this one is in a residential, area. And these facilities should be located, I believe, in a quiet, less populated area to get the proper care that they are in such need of. I thank you for your time, and I do hope that you will turn down this proposal.
My name is Barbara Steele. I live at 2630 Aspen Way. I am the closest neighbor that they're going to find. And I do support their corporation. I do support their purpose. I am an ex-addict. I know what the hell it was like. And I do know what they have to go through. And that part I support. The fact that it is in the middle of so many regular citizens, it is one block from a school, and across the street from it is apartments that are 180 members there. We are an organization of 250 members. And then to the other side of us is another corporation that has apartments. Altogether, it comes to right about 2,150 residents who are being submitted to this being that close. I do support the group. I do. I even have volunteered in a similar group. That's how much I think it's that important. I also know it's that important that it be relocated in a more commercial situation where the ladies can come in and get a loaf of bread and go out and don't have to worry about something happening. Thank you.
My name is Kathleen Pettijohn. I live at 119 South 26th Street here in South Bend. That's in the Walnut Grove community. Anyone with eyes to see can see that we need healing spaces like that's what's being proposed tonight. But I don't think I need to remind any of you good people on this council that this is not about whether or not our community needs a healing space for people. This is about a rezoning issue, and I would like to speak about that. For those of you who received my email and read it, you know that the city administration's interface with Walnut Grove has been less than stellar. Has anyone talked about what the traffic conditions will be like and how that traffic will be impacting our community of Walnut Grove? Let me just tell you, Walnut Grove is a multi-family, high-density community. It's zoned MF2. Our curving streets, unprotected sidewalks, and the proximity of our tiny homes to those streets put pedestrians and citizens' property at risk. For that reason, our community was zoned MF2, and we have a 20-mile-per-hour posted speed limit. I'm here to tell you today that the only people who obey the speed limit in Walnut Grove are Walnut Grove members, 2 of the Transpo bus drivers, and our mailman. Every other car that speeds through Walnut Grove does so because they're using our neighborhood as a high-speed bypass. We in Walnut Grove begged the people on the 13th and 14th floor of this city administration to address our concerns in Walnut Grove about the traffic there. In 2014, Pete's engineering department came out and acknowledged the fact that we do have a problem with cut-through traffic, and also acknowledging that almost all the traffic far exceeds the 20-per-mile speed limit. That was 2014. 5 years later, and 4 significant accidents in front of our unit alone, we have not to see yet any improvement in our situation. Walnut Grove consists of primarily elderly women and retirees. We have already seen the lack of respect for the zoning regulations in our community with respect to speeding. What kind of impact is a facility like this, where we're going to be having now transport vans and who knows how many employees are going to be in this corporation, are also going to be speeding through Walnut Grove? So I'm just asking you, please, to remember that this is a zoning issue, that we need to look at how the rest of the community is going to be impacted, both traffic-wise, tax-wise, and this nebulous solution on a fence on a corner. I just wonder about aesthetics. I just ask you to be our representatives for us, our community, and do the right thing and follow through with the Area Plan Commission's recommendation to decline this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Tamara Mason, and I live behind Choices for 35 years. Thank goodness I have a 33-year-old son that's out of the house, and that he was not young when this establishment was located there. I have witnessed profanity, the same thing you've heard, jumping of the fences, loud noises, no curfew at 11 o'clock, believe me, because I've been out in my backyard and I hear it go on and on and on, and people wonder what's going on over there, or what is that over there that I have over at my house. I have a sister who is a recovering drug addict, and I understand that there needs to be places for these areas for help, and I do not think it should be in a residential area, just because of families and what can happen and what might happen. I just oppose it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Your address, ma'am?
420 South 35th Street, South Bend, 46615. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda Replogle, and I live at 2614 Cypress Way, Walnut Grove. I oppose the zoning. I have my granddaughter, my daughter, my great-grandson that lives in those apartments right across. My granddaughter is special need, and she doesn't need to be surrounded with guys looking at her or trying to pick her up, or, my grandkids don't need to be around it. It's a respectful area. I feel safe walking to the apartment, to their house. I don't know if I would feel safe in that area anymore if that would be coming to our area. I was hit and run on 26th Street because somebody speed past me 50, 60 miles per hour. I had to pay for my car to get fixed. I just don't feel safe that would be there. I would just be worried about my grandkids and my granddaughter and my great-grandson. So I would hope you would say no to rezoning. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking in opposition? The petitioners now have an opportunity for rebuttal.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Patrick Gerard is actually in attendance with us this evening, so he will be doing the rebuttal for us.
Hello, good evening to the council and the city of South Bend. Thanks for having us.
Okay.
Yes, I've been here all evening.
Your name and address, please, for the record.
Patrick Gerard, 121 Capitol Avenue Northeast, Battle Creek, Michigan. We've heard a lot of for, and we've heard a lot of against here tonight. I personally understand the sensitive nature of what we're talking about. I know the council does. I know these fine people from Walnut Grove Home Association understand our plight and what we're after too. What we have to do, though, is find a way to meet in the middle. Okay? I believe it can be accomplished. I believe under proper control, security, and knowing what we know how to do, we know how to do it. With that, I was at their meeting last Thursday. I want to bring up some points here from various members of that association. A broken gate. Okay, that gate was broken. And I told them last week when we were there, I put a lot of money into that gate. brand new motors, mechanisms, sensors, and everything. The gate is not broken, and I can take anything you throw at me, but I need the facts. You gotta give me the facts. And some of the things we just heard here, we're stretching the truth. The TIA Corporation, yes, it is a for-profit corporation. Yes, it is in Battle Creek, Michigan. A foreign business. We're not from Mexico. We're not from Canada. Okay? A foreign business coming into this community that's been here for 4.5 years that wants to pump more dollars into here. It's not that I take offense being called a foreign business, but I think it's an incorrect term. Sex offenders, that came up, okay? And they told us last week there was 4 sex offenders in our program. I told them that was incorrect information. They asked me, well, does that mean that the St. Joseph County Police website's lying to me? And I said, no, it's just incorrect data. And I also know where they went. But I was in the process of getting them off there. They all have went back to their home states. If you look at the website today, you'll find none of them on there. And I did know where they went, okay? But they were not in our facility when we met with these folks last Thursday. I heard some other things. I'll build a fence if we have the money. I have no idea where that came from. That one, zing, I have no idea where that came from. I asked these people who came up and talked about noise, okay? I said, have you contacted our facility, okay? Have you wrote us a letter? Have you came over and knocked on our door? They said no. So we called the police. We are there. We want to be community neighbors, folks. But we need the information. If we're not doing something correct in the neighborhood, I can't correct it if I don't know what that is. We do know what it is now. We are working on it. You will find it in your packet. As soon as the weather breaks, I want to build a privacy wall. We need to send our community outreach people deeper into this area where we're at and say, hey, how are you doing? How are we doing? What can we do better? Okay? There's nothing wrong with that. We are human. If there's something that we're doing wrong, that we can do better to become better community neighbors, okay, in this area, we can do it. We have the availability to do it. Speeding bans through Walnut Grove. I don't know what any of our people would be doing over in the Walnut Grove Neighborhood Association. Our business is on the entire side of the, different side of the road. Our people, or the clients that are going to be there... 1 minute, sir. ...are not going to have cars, okay? The 2-3 staff that's there, yes, they're going to have their cars in the back parking lot. Once again, I was thinking about a privacy fence both ways, especially for the dentist next door, for their privacy and ours, that is aesthetically pleasing, okay, whatever we can come up with the council for that area. With that, I want to thank the council once again and the city for your time. I know it's a sensitive subject, okay? We know we can do this. I would really like and request the approval from the city council on this item. Thank you.
Now we'll move to the council portion. President Scott.
There's no comments. I'd like to make a motion to continue this in council portion only to the March 11th meeting. That gives us time to, I think the council still meet with people and with both parties to be able to meet as well.
Before we vote on that, I'd just like to encourage us all to talk with people in the area plan to get a clear understanding of what their disagreement was. Unlike we had the group home before where an area plan supported that, this is different when the area plan doesn't, and I think we have to take a good look at why we need to overturn their decision, or if we're going to do that, or whatever the issue is.
Thank you. Motion's made and seconded that this bill be continued in the council portion only to be heard and voted upon at the next meeting. March 11th. March 11th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That be the case then.
I'd like to make a recommendation for a 5-minute recess. so we can have a bathroom break.
There's a second.
Okay, motion, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
I appreciate it.
All in favor?
Thanks for that. Graham, thank you. You're up next. You will. You were next. You were next on, I know, this was part of the democracy in action, so. Oh, this will go real fast too. We gotta do those in order. No, we're doing this, then you, and then that. So, I was looking for you. It was crowded. I'm like, because, you know what? I'm sorry. Yeah, but I really should spend more time. So, I didn't think this was going to be that. Sorry. Part of the government process. I think it is. Yeah. Check it in. Here, quick. Hang right there.
Are we good on all those? Did you review them? And they correspond like the earlier?
Savannah, I don't know what's your title? I don't know anymore.
What a night!
We haven't had one of these in a while.
I know Graham just said to me, it's not even budget season yet.
Yeah, we've had long ones like this before.
Yeah. They sure do.
Yeah, it doesn't give me credence too much when, employees or Great.
lead safe doesn't, so it looks like on this one, the lead safe here. Add to definitions can pull from the Indiana Administrative Code. So I see it embedded in the table, but should it be in the definitions portion? I'm not seeing it, so. Right, it was inserted there. Do we need to do this lead safe here, or reference it, or see Indiana code, you know, like in this definition? Good enough? Cite it. Okay. And then, okay, and this we don't need to do because the APRA, because, right, over here. Good. Dash forward. Excellent. Thanks. Green. Green, go. Okay, I don't think we did anything related to this, right? The funds? No,
Make an exception for one person, and make an exception for
and when I talked to them about
All right, we gotta go. I mean, if I'm going to ride with the fellas and go back, John McNamara was right away. Oh, my God. I didn't know the car. But they were flying like a very fast. Yeah, this thing was so shut down quickly. One with no recognition of the but without that,
but I do think independent, so, because this is basically saying the mayor's office.
then there's a property right next door.
But it says including a staff member from the Department of Investment. It's actually parenthetical here.
We ready to go?
I think so, yeah.
All right, let's go.
Or a representative, maybe not staff.
Okay, we're all back in our places. Yeah. Will the clerk please read 219?
Public hearing on an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance for property located at 2307 Edison Road, Councilmanic District Number 4 in the city of South Bend, Indiana.
Committee report?
Yes. The zoning annexation, sorry, I'm choked here. The zoning annexation committee met this afternoon, and we bring this bill to you with a favorable recommendation.
Is this a sub?
Yes.
Make a motion to accept the sub.
Second. Motion made and second to accept the substitute version of 0219. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. So done. Report?
Good evening, Jordan Wyatt, Department of Infrastructure Planning and Growth, offices on 11th floor of this building. The petitioner is requesting a zone change from CB, Community Business District, to MU Mixed Use District for the area outlined in red on your screen. To the north are businesses zoned CB Community Business District. To the east is a funeral home, zoned CB Community Business District. To the south, across Edison Road, is a CVS Pharmacy, zoned LB Local Business District. And to the west is a business zoned CB Community Business District. On site currently is a vacant business and parking lot. The site plan shows the development of a new 3-story building with retail, office, and a residential space. Off-street parking will be provided. The development will need to meet the development standards of the MU mixed-use district. The Department of Community Investment offers a favorable recommendation, stating the area would be appropriate for an urban neighborhood center. They recommend planning for future vehicular connections for access to adjoining lots on the north end of the site to help reduce the need for curb cuts, allowing street frontages to be fully developed and more walkable. This comes to you with a favorable recommendation from the Area Plan Commission. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of area plan?
And like I said, with the opposition that was shared, could you just talk about how they mitigated that situation?
Yes, sorry. So the property owner directly to the east, the funeral home, was concerned about users of this site parking on his property, and that was mitigated by the fact that a fence was going to be installed completely around the site, and that divides the parking lot out. Right now, it's currently just paved.
So that fence will help to separate it and keep that traffic.
And I'm sure the petitioner can speak more to it.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, will the petitioner approach the podium and argue your case?
My name is Leonard Connaughton. I'm Vice President of Beach House LLC. We purchased the property in November. The existing building is 1-story, currently used as a honey baked ham shop when we purchased it. We'd like to demolish that building and build a new 10,000 square foot building with 3,500 square feet of retail space on the first floor, 3,500 square feet of office on the second floor, and 1 residential apartment. We think it's an improvement to the area. We think it's a benefit to the area, and hopefully get your approval.
Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
His address.
Are there any council questions?
His address.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, your name and address. I mean, I got your name.
My address is 18512 Summerwind Lane, South Bend, Indiana.
Thank you.
John, for the petition. Sir?
Mr. Connaughton?
Sorry. Just real quick, right now, do you have any businesses for the office or the retail space below?
Any businesses currently?
Yeah, signed up for the
No, we haven't done
building.
any of the leasing until we went through this procedure.
Okay, didn't know if there was any demand right now or not.
No, nothing's pending, no.
Okay, thank you.
With the 16 parking spaces, you think that would help clear up everything else too? In terms of that would be enough when you consider the business, person living there, and those kind of things? Will the 16 parking spaces be enough for everything?
The leasable area on the retail and the office is about 3,000 square feet each. And the current parking regulation is 2 per 1,000 square feet of retail and 3 per 1,000 square feet of office.
Okay.
The residential only requires 1 parking spot. So we have 16 when really we only need 15.
Okay. Thank you.
And we have a dumpster enclosure, which we're not required to have, but obviously it makes the building more attractive.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other council questions before we move to the public portion? Yes, thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in support of this petition? Anyone in opposition?
Pat McGann, my office is at 2313 East Edison Road, immediately to the east of the proposed rezone. The current property that they're going to tear down is a third the size of the property, of the building they're going to build, and it has 20 parking spaces. And it's nowhere near enough parking. So I don't know, I don't write the zoning laws, and I'm sure the people that do know a lot more than myself, but it is definitely always been a problem with that small lot, a building on it, any kind of retail outlet. It was a Pizza Hut prior to being the Honey Baked Ham Company, and Heavenly Ham before that. It's never stood vacant very long. It was just became vacant recently this year, I think, or the latter part of last year, when the Honey Baked Ham Company moved up to Toscana Park in Granger, North Mishawaka area. So this is an improvement in the neighborhood, no question about that. It's a much nicer building than what Pizza Hut had, so I don't propose to speak against this zoning at all. However, I was hoping that we might be able to come to some kind of compromise, seeing as how I'm so experienced in the neighborhood, having been there since 1974 or 1984. I also own the property to the north of that. The Area Planning Commission had put in their plan to have some kind of ingress-egress up there, and that is not part of Mr. Connaughton's plan, as I understand that. That would have to go over my property anyway. The fence is a great idea, although I don't think he can build the fence all the way to the street, and it wouldn't be safe to build it all the way to the street. So, may I approach this map up here? Is that permissible? Okay, so...
Pointer.
Maybe I'll...
That's right.
Oh, where is that?
It's on that device, it's the green button.
This thing? The green button.
Sorry for the one.
I know. Okay, all right. So...
Just press the green button.
Okay, so this is the front of the building. I somewhere up here. I don't know if this is this the setback right here? Or
That's the street. That's the setback.
We don't know. Okay. But anyway, this is my property over here and my property back here. The Pancake House is the other property back here, and there's a steep hill between this property and the Pancake property. So in the past, I've always allowed Honey Baked Ham to access my property here, more for a public safety reason than anything else. The semi-trucks that would come and go all times of day, during busy times and not busy times, would have to cross Edison Road right here and actually block the whole street, all 4 lanes, 5 lanes with the turn lane. It's only a left turn lane. It's not a turn lane that you can go in the middle and get out of your drive and pull in there and wait there until people pass you by. It's not that kind of turn lane at all. It's a turn lane for people only turning left onto Ironwood off of Edison headed west. So anyway, okay, so right here, I guess that the building line would be the limit that they could put a fence.
Right.
And safety-wise, you wouldn't want to go any further than that. It's bad enough in the wintertime when there's snow piles there, and there's big snow piles there. I mean, I still have one, probably as high as I can reach my hand, right over here. I think you're running out of battery. Right there. Is my big snow pile. And then I have another big snow pile back there. The observation that I make here is that all these parking spaces, all those parking spaces up there along the back, okay, of all of them that you can see being blocked by the building here, are only 3 or 4 parking spaces that you can see. All right, they can see I've got parking all up and down here, and they can see those spaces. So people, either willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly, just pull into my parking lot, park right here, and go in here. Now, this is their proposed door, their portal for entrance and exit out of their retail business on the ground floor.
Well, their closest parking spaces are way back there. I mean, what is this, 160 feet, 180 feet, something like that? So they'd have to walk all the way, plus the handicap is way back here too. They're gonna have to walk all the way up. Now, what do you think they're gonna do? You think they're gonna walk the 180 feet, or they're gonna walk the 30 feet from my parking lot over to get into the building? My proposal would be, and something that I would hope that Mr. Connaughton and his associates would agree with, would be to place this building back on the property. To place it all the way back as far as you could go, thus allowing all this parking to be up front near the door, and for easy access and handicap accessibility, for their retail space, whatever kind of retail it's going to be, we don't know. Probably a restaurant, I would guess. I don't know. Maybe a bar. Who knows? But, it would be, I think, a lot better. Plus, their vegetation is growing here, and there's no vegetation along the fence at all. Oh, okay. County, city still has enough. When you're out of order, it's not a county.
We ain't dead yet, so.
Hey, okay, so these are the ones that you can see from the road here coming in. This is going to block it, part of my property is going to block this, but my driveway starts right here. So people have traditionally pulled in here, parked here, gone into Honey Baked Ham, and then come back out. They park there all the time. And I got along well with those ladies that ran, it was part of the Everhart family from Everhart Steel, Mishawaka. You have 1 minute, Mr. McGann. Okay, well, that's it. That's all I want to say. So, I hope it passes. It's a good use of the property. But I just would like to see the building move back and the parking up in front. Thank you for your indulgence. Sorry to take so much of your time.
Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this petition? If not, there's an opportunity for rebuttal from the petitioner.
Yeah, I would just say, the parking on the site plan is done by a civil engineer. That is the amount of parking we have. With regard to entrance to the retail space, there's an entrance at the front of the building for pedestrian traffic, and there's an entrance at the rear of the building for people who pull into the back of the parking lots. We could have pushed the building back, would require a variance. In mixed-use zoning, the building has to be on the lot line or 12 feet back, either or. So we conform with the current zone.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move.
But we are willing to work with Mr. McGann, obviously, to find some resolution.
Very good. And if I may, you were planning on putting a fence there to divide the property?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, we're eliminating that egress that currently exists onto Mr. McGann's property. That's going to be closed off.
From area plan, I'm sorry, is the fence, how far toward the street can it be? Or does it need to be set back?
No, you can build a fence all the way up to the property line. In this case, it wouldn't work out though because of the clear site area requirement. So the closest the fence could be in this situation is 10 feet to the southern property line. Yeah, you can build a fence completely to the property line. It just has to be a little bit.
There is a sidewalk there, right? There's a public sidewalk, yeah.
Okay.
In terms of the parking, that's right in front, should that be designated for, that would be more of the, for disabled, for handicap, for that part of it, for the front part, and since it's so close to the building, and then the rest in the back part, that way? Would that help out?
Are you asking me or?
The handicap spots are right there in that L-shaped side of the building.
Up front, I mean in the back,
Yeah,
right?
I'm afraid to try to point there, I'm not that good.
I understand. They're in the back, they're all in the back, isn't that correct?
No,
or?
there's four, right, there's four.
It's kind of hard to see the...
At the back, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
3 to the, as you face.
But there's nothing up front.
Enclosure. And then 2 handicap spots.
That's what I'm saying.
Right here in that.
No, there's nothing up front.
No parking up front. Is that the question? I'm sorry.
No, there's no handicap parking up front.
No.
But there is
No,
actually...
wrong. You have to be on the lot line of 12 feet.
I understand.
Question, Councilman Brooks.
Just for clarification, there is access to the retail area off of those handicap spots in the back?
Yes.
Okay. Just speaking from the district, there's an entire length of Ironwood North that has been developed with parking from building to street. And there's not even walkways, the entire length of Ironwood on the east side. So while we think moving a building, while it would be a burden on you as a petitioner, right, to go for a variance from the mixed-use standards, I think it also would be a burden on the neighborhood to not allow or facilitate street or sidewalk access and walkability. And, frankly, I think that's a huge issue. From a development and just vitality for a business sector, not to have that walkability. So, I think the burden would be on you, to change your petition. And I just don't think it meets good planning standards, and not just planning standards, the test of the neighborhood, where again you have parking from every one of those, the Pancake House to the lighting to the Mexican restaurant, all the way down, without exception, there is parking that goes entirely to the street. So you can't walk, up until a year ago, you couldn't walk on a thoroughfare safely. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, on the other side of the street, there has, we've been able to construct a sidewalk. But that, as a representative for the district, that was a priority that was indicated to me. And yeah, people would like to have sidewalks on both sides. I think it would be a great business decision, but we can't force that now. I don't want to see, I'm just speaking from what I've heard overall, the connections to the neighborhood, and frankly, what allows businesses to thrive over time. So, I'm not into moving buildings.
And one of the other things...
And parking in front.
To add to that, Mr. McGann, you shared in our area plan meeting about during the holiday season. The post office is right over... I'm over there a lot. I used to go to that post office a lot. And it creates that enormous... I kind of called him. Can you come up back up if you don't mind? Because he's a part of my comments, if you don't mind. Because I think he shared a really good point.
I don't have to use the pointer, Al.
I know. Okay, but could you share what you shared with us?
Yeah, well...
and I appreciate that.
The post office, a few years ago, maybe some of you remember it, were on the council, but they were considering a move to the old Target building out on Hickory Drive.
I remember.
And that's what the local postmaster wanted to do, but he got shot down by... I guess, the regional director or Washington, D.C. or something, because it wasn't in the middle of his postal zone, the zip code that he was supposed to represent. So they they know it's a problem. Everybody in the neighborhood knows it's a problem, and the late Ann Pizzello helped me many years in a row because the post office would park 2 police cars out in front and take up a whole lane. There's only one lane coming west now, and because they've taken it up, and it creates a backup as people are going. So I got them to get rid of that, and now they put those police cars actually on the sidewalk or the parkway.
But and the new development on Ironwood did not help address that.
Oh no, they cut through.
They cut that situation. So that's the issue we're dealing with here.
Right. Yeah, my property that runs along the east side. I don't know if you can put the other map back up.
Yeah, the other one.
Okay, so...
I know. I just need...
This is out of order. Yeah, right, that's good.
Well, no, it's not out of order, because I needed to ask a question for that part of it.
But he's the petitioner. This is an easement that I own. I own the easement for this property and this property. I own these 2 parcels.
Can you show that part?
Total of 3 acres here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so a lot of times, and still today, I was fortunate enough when they closed Edison Road here, to have this, and everybody used it. I mean, I counted over 100 cars an hour at times going down my drive, and they made all kinds of potholes all around my building, in my asphalt, cutting out to Ironwood. I own this property up here that goes out to Ironwood too. Well, I own the street cut here, and it's owned by the armory there.
Thank you. I'm good. Thanks, Pat. That's the reason, I mean, in light of what he said, I'm finished, sir. I would like to make a recommendation that over the next, we still have this, we just heard this petition of area plan just last week. And we have some time on this, and they worked out some things earlier. I wish that we can come back and address some of the issues that Councilwoman Broden has said and see if we can work out some things over the next 30 days and work back with things. I'm just hoping that we can, because there's a lot of things there that I thought were good points that were raised by Mr. McCann.
Okay, I think that completed your rebuttal. We're in the council portion.
Yeah, we're in the council portion, that's where I am.
Yeah. So, is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I'm ready to make the motion.
I'd like to, sorry.
So at the motion, I want to come to...
I'd like to make the motion that we approve it as presented to council.
Okay, there's a second. Motion made and seconded that we go ahead this evening. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, favorable.
Yes, goes forward with a favorable recommendation by...
Still messing up his property. Well, yeah, it is.
Okay, will the clerk please read 0319? Five. We moved 5. Oh, that's right, we moved 5 up.
0519.
They still gotta work that out. But I know, that's still...
I know, I can check.
They just gotta work it out.
Go have a beer, work it out.
That should have been worked out before we got that updated now.
Public hearing on an ordinance to vacate the following described property. The east-west portion of Bluebell Street, 29.8 inches in width, running approximately 303 feet from the right-of-way of South Olive Street to parcel number 018-8102-3875.
The Public Works and Property Vacation Committee considered this earlier this afternoon and gave it a favorable recommendation.
Who?
Hello, I'm Lori Gesto. I own the property at 1705 South Olive, and it is my request to vacate this portion of Dubale. We have, for several years now, used it as our, north driveway, and, yeah, there it is, and would like to continue to do that. We've actually been asked by the city to vacate this property because of the 2020 plan of the Olive Street beautification. So that's my request today, is to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any council question at this point?
That's it.
Doesn't appear so, so we'll go to the public portion. Anyone here to speak in favor of this petition? Anyone opposed? And we'll go back to the council.
Motion to recommend to the floor council with favorable recommendation.
Second. Motion made and seconded to send to the council favorably. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Goes to council favorably. Now, let's go to 0319.
Cool.
Is this the headline?
03-19. Public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending Chapter 6 of the South Bend Municipal Code by adding a new Article 14 titled Rental Safety Verification Program.
Make a motion here, the second substitute bill.
Second. Motion made and seconded to hear the second substitute version. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? We'll hear the second substitute. Is there a committee report, Health and Public Safety?
Yes, the Health and Public Safety Committee met this afternoon, or may actually went into the evening, and gave this a favorable recommendation with a number of amendments, and I think all of us had received those changes and have an update, so we'll need to look at a substitute.
Is the bill you're presenting tonight, does it incorporate the changes that were made, that were suggested?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's the reason for the second substitute.
Indeed.
Very good. Proceed.
Okay, my name is Suzanne Fritzberg. I'm Deputy Staff Mayor, occupant of the 14th floor of this building. And I will defer to council on whether you'd like me to go through each of the changes in the substitute bill as part of this presentation. You don't have to decide now if that's what you want, but I'll run through just a quick overview.
I'm good. I've checked them off per what we discussed. I think I know our attorney has checked them off, so it's up to you all.
Unless there's a specific request to do so from council, just proceed with the abbreviated version.
Excellent. I introduced myself. I'll also introduce other people who will be speaking as part of the presentation. Jamie Morgan, Project Manager in the Office of the Mayor, 14th floor. Tracy Skibbons, Director of Code Enforcement, offices on the 13th floor of this building. In attendance, there's also Deputy Director of Code Enforcement, Marlena Johns, Chief Inspector Jim Wood, City Attorney Tom Hanowitz, and a number of both inspectors and office staff for the Department of Code Enforcement. As I shared with you earlier this afternoon, 3 core points from this presentation. Reminder of why we're doing this, alleged poisoning crisis, a dire threat for vulnerable residents, a refresh on our implementation plan, and a reminder of the changes that we've made now in our second substitute bill, which, as we've just discussed, I will not go through in an itemized fashion, but should all have been checked in accordance with the conversation that we had as part of our committee meeting. We know rentals are about 40% of housing in the city. Our proposal here is to improve the safety of rental housing in the city of South Bend, particularly for families with children, by verifying compliance with existing safety standards through a proactive inspection protocol. As a reminder of the housing and health data that underpins a lot of this effort, there has been a great deal of research, particularly in recent decades, around the links between housing safety and resident health. And we know that there are health impacts not only from things like lead or mold that we see as drivers of chronic public health problems, but also acute dangers like fire safety. In South Bend, we know there's a particular issue with lead. 82.1% of all of our housing units are within structures built prior to the ban on lead paint in 1978. And there are particularly, you can see this heat map, particular census tracts that have exhibited very high levels of child lead poisoning. And I want to note the endorsement of this proposal from the Board of Health, the Lead Affinity Group, which includes public health faculty and workers, support of the fire department. I know you were able to hear earlier from Heidi Beidinger, Kathy Schuth, and obviously Chief Cox of Fire Marshal Rodriguez joined us this afternoon. Tracy can very briefly remind us of this content.
Very briefly, just wanted to highlight a few obvious violations that we would be looking for, none of which would have been brought to our attention if a caller did not reach out to us. So obviously, if an inspector is passing by our property, they're not going to know what's going on inside. The first example is a collapsed ceiling is what the phone call was about. And then once inspectors got inside, they found out that the roof was leaking, there was mold growth, peeling paint, et cetera, et cetera. The second example was the original call was of no heat. Once the inspector got inside, they found out the heat was the temperature was at 45.3 degrees. There was water damage, and including falling tiles from the ceiling. We are not focusing on cosmetic violations. We are focusing on health and safety standards.
Thank you, Tracy. Again, a reminder, the proposal that we have for you today is essentially a process change. Rental housing inspection is handled either through a complaint-based process or proactive inspection. Rather, we believe in addressing housing safety on a case-by-case basis and relying on tenants to report those issues. Proactively conducting inspections ensures a higher degree of compliance with basic safety standards. Again, no new standards here. We're looking at the regulations that exist in the law as it stands now. And I'd also just remind you that proactive rental safety inspection is a tool utilized in cities across the United States, including West Lafayette and Bloomington, Indiana. The analogy here, again, is restaurant safety inspections. We don't eat in restaurants that wouldn't have received a health inspection, and certainly if there was a proposal to take restaurant safety inspections back from their current proactive inspection basis into a complaint-based system, I don't think any of us would be eating out as much in downtown South Bend as we currently do, which I'm sure would be a crime. So, I'll remind you again the foundational principles here, HUD Healthy Homes principles. These are 8 things that have been outlined to maintain a healthy home. Our goal is to ensure that these standards, already required by law, are uniformly followed and that tenants across South Bend can access safe and healthy housing.
Thank you. Just to highlight what will take place during the rental inspection, the code enforcement inspector will look at the conditions of the property inside and out. The occupant and the owner of the property would know in advance what it is that the inspector is looking for so they can make any changes prior to the meeting. Upon successful completion, inspection of the rental, a certificate of rental safety would be issued for up to 5 years. I'd also like to highlight some of the training and background of the inspectors who will be conducting the inspections. Some of the examples of training experience include heating, weatherization, asbestos testing, OSHA courses, construction, lead awareness. We've also identified a few houses in South Bend where the inspectors have went through together to look for these violations, led by our chief inspector, Jim Wood, who is in the audience. Jim is he received his certification through the International Property Maintenance and Housing course, and all of our inspectors doing the housing programs will also be certified by the end of the year. The inspectors have attended cultural competency training. They've met with the Human Rights Commission, and they have weekly meetings where they are often tested by our chief inspector to make sure everything that they shared was retained by the inspector. This includes an example of some things that you'll see on the checklist. Again, it's hopefully 20 minutes in, 20 minutes out. Focus on minimal safety standards, which includes fire safety, water, heat, properly installed plumbing, mold and mildew, chipping or peeling paint, and leaks. Again, not focusing on the cosmetic issues, but health and safety focus. In and out as quickly as possible for our inspectors and for the person who is showing us through the property. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to share a little bit about our program implementation and kind of take you through the math. We have about 16,000 rental units in the city of South Bend, representing about 40%. Of those, we are expected to inspect 7,500 of them. That is because for multi-unit complexes, we'll be doing a random sampling of the units so that we won't be in every single one, but get a good idea by going in 2 or 3 of them. And then we are reducing that for the number of exclusions, so not every property would be eligible for this. We wouldn't be looking at short-term rentals, government-inspected housing, units constructed in the last 10 years, or units that have received a satisfactory inspection through another source, whether that be through a private inspection or through a real estate transaction that would meet the same requirements of this. So throughout this program, we've done a lot of community engagement to get feedback from people who are within the industry, who live in rental housing, who work with renters. One of the main changes from the previous meeting was through our implementation process to do our first year and focus on active open code cases and referrals from the St. Joseph Health Department in order to really focus on cases of lead, and then continue to accommodate landlord requests. We are looking at ways in order to incentivize landlords contacting us and being proactive about this, and always being able to get people into units. We are also in year 2 going to then start the geographic phase in, focusing on census tracts that have a high proportion of children that have tested high for lead levels, and so that would start us in census tracts 6, 19, 21, 30, 4, and 5, and expect to get through the city at a rate of 15% per year, ending at about 2025. Midway through, we're expecting to do our first pass of the city. And then So to look at the feedback and changes that we were able to incorporate since the committee meeting, we have done a lot to simplify the language of the bill so that it is clear in its understanding, and making changes so that we're able to reduce fees that might not be necessary and waiver eligibility for inspections. Also looking at moving down the number of units a property has to have in order to get a multi-unit random inspection, and then looking at how we continue to monitor this bill and make sure that we are putting in steps for potential for self-certification, in addition to making sure that our rental standards are set throughout this and that they're very easily understood so that people have the opportunity to succeed within this bill.
I would highlight just two additional parts of feedback and changes as a result of this most recent committee is that, as council has seen, we filed as an addendum to the ordinance and indicated in the ordinance a specific list of criteria in response to a request from the South Bend Mishawaka Area Organization of Realtors. We've also clarified that a 5-year certificate, a landlord doesn't need to necessarily hop on requesting that the first year. They could wait for the geographic expansion of the program and remain eligible for that. That should be based on the condition of the property and then certainly our ability to work well with them and communicate. We've clarified some language relating to group homes as well as a variety of other issues that you remember Councilmember Broden called out. With that, unless there are questions on any of those specific changes, I'd like to take one moment. We've heard from a number of experts on this issue, including Judy Fox at the Notre Dame Law Clinic, Heidi Beidinger with the Board of Health. And I want to close our presentation with a few words from Ruth Ann Norton, who is the President and CEO of Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, which is a nationwide network founded in Baltimore that works with communities on strategies to promote healthy housing. We were lucky to receive a grant from the state of Indiana to become a GHHI compact city. That's a goal that we're working towards. And we've been in close communication with her staff as we form our city-led strategy. She also has a great deal of experience working with programs of this nature, and I think can offer some instructive comments.
Thank you.
Question.
We go, just not done with the presentation.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Part of the presentation?
Part of the presentation.
Oh, very good.
Button, and then we're open for questions, if you're comfortable with that.
Sure.
Great. Councilman Scott and City Council, thank you for having me. I'm Ruth Ann Norton. I'm the President and CEO of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. We were founded in 1986 by parents and property owners who came together to combat the issue of childhood lead poisoning in the city of Baltimore, Maryland, where we were named the #1 city in the world for the concentration of lead-poisoned children at the time. As I stand here today, we have reduced lead poisoning by 99% in the city of Baltimore, have worked with over 60 cities and 48 states to advance policies and practices that take into account the role of the property owner and homeowner and resident as we work to improve the outcomes for children in this country and to address the toxic legacy of lead and to turn around what we face in having to deal with essential maintenance practices and aging housing stock and the twin tragedy of aging housing stock and poisoned children, and instead turn that into an opportunity for kids to get to the classroom healthy and ready to learn. I've taken a long time to look at the proposal here, which I think is really fair and thought out well in having to address these issues. And let me tell you just a couple of quick things that I think are critically important. In city after city, county after county, where we have helped to implement or supported pro-rental inspections of this kind, it's not only that kids are healthier, families are more stable, and that we see a high return on investment to the community, because every dollar we invest in lead poisoning in this country and lead poisoning prevention, we get up to $221 in return to communities for that investment. But what we have also seen is that owners are better. The properties for owners are better. The investment being made in rental property becomes a healthier market. And that has been especially true in small to mid-sized cities, as well as larger cities throughout the country. So I think this is a really critically important thing to point out, is that the data across that frame shows that we get higher investment, higher compliance, and better outcomes for kids. And it helps to create a standardized marketplace, a standardized way of effectively delivering safe and healthy housing, which is critically important, and it really gets to a better and more equitable treatment for tenants. It takes away things such as eviction because of complaint or fear to report, and instead gets to a healthier business relationship. So I think you also are giving a better power to take care of what is the problems in the community by being able to address this by the priority of problems and then phase in these standards. So I really want to applaud this community. I said to the council president, I travel all over the country, and the civic engagement on this is really something to take great pride in. I think it's very important to acknowledge the responsible property owners who are supporting this and helping to inform it. But I think in the end, no matter where we are and in what community, we have a moral obligation around housing condition to ensure that children have a safe, healthy, and stable environment in which to lay their heads down at night, to be able to breathe because the houses are healthy, to be able to think and excel in the classroom because we've addressed these issues. So I don't want to spend much time because I think you're going to hear from a lot of people on this, but I think this has been extremely well thought out about the ability to empower what needs to happen for those properties that have been causing problems, lift up your entire community in this, and to think in a forward way about the children and the families of South Bend. So I appreciate you allowing me to be a part of the process and observe this, and I'm available to answer questions if you need. So thank you.
Thank you. Complete?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll move to the council question portion. Councilman Davis?
Thank you. I like what you're doing. The question I have that has been asked of me, since we are, in a sense, eliminating the HUD houses and everything that's through the Housing Authority out of this kind of a bill, for people who live in situations that are in those type of settings, how do we, since they are still in the city of South Bend, and we all in our community have heard of different issues that have been going on with our local housing authority. How do we address that? What are we going to do? Because as we were looking at today, the conversation with the group homes and that concept, and when including this process, it made me think about that from that standpoint. So what do we do when we have families who are living in that? And just to call the Housing Authority Board and say we're looking to it, a lot of people, again, have issues with how that's been dealt with, as we saw. Even the mayor made comments about that not long ago. So what's your thoughts?
2 points. First, that this ordinance, even though it does create kind of a waiver exemption for those properties that receive an external inspection, does not take us away from the complaint-based process. So code can still take a complaint from a tenant of any property in the city, regardless of whether that property is receiving a different private inspection or a different government inspection, and they have grounds to follow up on that complaint and enforce compliance. The other thing I would say, we've worked closely with the Housing Authority as we were putting this program together, and the terms we've decided upon them with the waiver properties is that at the city's request, we can get a copy of any inspection report for a particular unit if it's necessary. So we're not precluded from using our existing complaint-based process to go into any unit that we receive a concern about, and if we have particular concern independent of a tenant complaint, we have the authority to fully review the external inspection reports that they have.
So basically, the best way to explain the rationale of why the HUD programs were excluded is what?
Because they receive private inspections.
And so because of the private inspections, that will be the ones, and so we will have that, we will have access to that if necessary.
Exactly.
And so that way, we don't necessarily have to put that high priority. If they are still dealing with those kind of matters and they have not gotten them addressed, then we follow our complaints and we proceed with that kind of situation. Is that what you're sharing from our standpoint? Okay. And then the last thing about the fees, people...
Before you move off of that, can I clarify one more really important point about that?
Okay, go ahead. I'm a piece. Go ahead.
Because I don't want to get off, because the other thing that was really important there with the housing complexes was that what this ordinance does is if there's one complaint, previous to this ordinance, if there's one complaint in a housing authority, we only have the ability to go into that one place. We can't go anywhere else. But with this ordinance now, if it's a big housing complex, then if we get one complaint and we see problems, we now have the authority, am I correct, to look at other places.
Okay.
So this actually does start to get at some of those issues.
I'm glad that Paul included that, and because this is what's being said, I've heard, because when we say we're excluding them, it gives the appearance, if we are not careful, that we are just letting them roll. I know what we are not, I just wanted you to share this, so on the record, and people who are watching through Facebook or whatever, they can hear you say that those organizations, those kind of housing, are not getting off the hook because of this, or we don't have them out of our mind.
Right, certainly not, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to clarify that.
Okay, and so now with the last part of it, with the fees, people, in terms of them getting fined, there's the argument that these kind of fees should be, it's another way of taxing people kind of thing, that argument about that. Could you just talk about how our fees are, in terms of fines, are needed and justify those kind of things from our code enforcement person? Could you just share that?
Sure. Fees will not be assessed until the third inspection. So the first two inspections, no cost at all to the owner of the property. It's not until after that where there are continued issues where any fees would be assessed.
And talk about how that's different or similar to where we are doing right now, so people can have that clarified.
I'm sorry.
When you go out to a property now, in terms of how is that different from a fee if you find out that they're not following now? There are people getting fined right now, you see what I'm saying?
Correct.
So what?
There are other enforcement tools built into the RSVP program, such as an inspection warrant. So right now our hands are kind of limited what we have available to us, but with the RSVP program, things can escalate all the way to an inspection warrant where we can get a warrant to actually go into the property and inspect if we need to. We don't have that right now.
That's what I want you to share.
Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Just clarification. Thank you.
Any other council questions about the presentation?
This may be for the woman who came from Green and Healthy, I think. Oh, there she is. Hi. You talked a lot about, you said safe and healthy, safe and healthy. One of the big things we're struggling with here is also affordability. So can you speak to what you've seen around the country in terms of how we can have all of that, safe, healthy, and affordable? Like how,
I can tell you that the data shows that there is not a spike in rental rent increases, but it does, over time, lower the maintenance costs for owners. That housing is more stabilized, and in fact, we did a deep dive in my own city between whether there was any trend in vacancy, because there had been some concern from owners that they would abandon properties and leave because of the cost, and it virtually didn't happen. We've replicated that look in a number of cities from Jackson, Mississippi up to Buffalo and the various size cities in between. I think the net effect is truly that the rates of lead poisoning go down, the rates of emergency department visits and hospitalizations for asthma go down, the rates for injury issues also go down. I think the data shows that. I'd be happy to share that at some point in time with the community, with the council.
I understand the healthy stuff, I just want to look at the affordability. So, what I'm hearing you say is that, in your experience all over the country, when cities have implemented programs like this, you have not seen an increase in rental costs?
Absolutely. There's been nothing that would kind of cause a blip, and not only have we looked at that, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Office of Lead Hazard Control and Healthy Housing has looked at this issue, and over the course of about 25 years, so the data is pretty steady.
Well, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yep, just a couple of
Councilman
follow-ups. To Ms. Norton, I'm sorry if you just have one more moment. So one of the components in the last section of this is a monitoring the progress of the program. And I think we spoke earlier, and I don't know if you were at the committee meeting, but interest in making sure we capture metrics, right? And you've been looking at this for been in this field for 25 years, I think I heard it at a minimum. So I guess I would like perhaps if you, what type of metrics or what could be recommended to us as a community to capture before we even, go to the first door. And I'm thinking of, being very intentional, very smart about that, right? Because we want to know our hoped-for outcomes, is that what we're going to get, right? Or are we going to miss the mark? I'm interested, because this isn't widespread throughout the state of Indiana nor the country. I mean, there's other communities that have done this, right, the leaders. But I think there's a lot of communities, and this is a national issue, this lead in homes and safety. But I'm interested in the ability to duplicate, right? So what can other cities learn from us? What can we learn from other cities? I mean, it helps everybody, right? And then my last piece is just what metrics could lend themselves to advancing research or grant writing or funding sources. So I know that's loaded, but I think that's something that I would like, when I don't want us, and we're very responsible about what we choose to monitor and not monitor and the data we keep or not keep. But I do want to make sure that we're aligning with some of these other long-standing programs that have been in place. So I don't know if you could address that in a general way. Is there model metrics, I guess?
So I'm going to start this way to say that the City of South Bend is becoming, or starting an onboarding process to become a Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. That standard and metric of becoming a Green and Healthy Homes Initiative city is a metric that was actually devised not just by our organization, but the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, 11 federal agencies between 2009 to today. That also includes the U.S. Conference of Mayors, National League of Cities, and Council on Foundations. So this is, and I say that because it gets to exactly the questions that the process of that will start to address some of the questions that you talked about, which can include this legislation, which I urge you to adopt because it is good for every city who has done it. But some of the metrics that you can look at are the cost, the average cost of the intervention to bring it up to code once there's an inspection, to track that. It will allow you basically on an asset and gap analysis to know where you might need further support, that either national philanthropy or other investment that we collectively can bring to help support homeowners and rental property owners through this process, right? So that's one thing. Metrics that you should look at are housing stability. You'll obviously be able to run metrics on the number of code calls and see if they decrease over time because you have done this. So the cost savings and efficiency for government. You'll be able to look at hospital data and data for your Medicaid managed care. That will likely, if like other cities, will prove that you are actually creating hard cash savings for the managed care system, for your state Medicaid system, which puts you in place to actually have your hospital systems and your managed care systems become investors in housing stock, as housing is healthcare. We had a meeting about that today, started to launch a grant that a number of groups here in South Bend have received, where we are providing technical assistance to build that investment of healthcare. So that's part of what you can look at and see in this, and the types of measures, I think, open up for lots of opportunity for investment. The other thing that it will do is allow you to better align your housing resources that you have over time to better remanage and repurpose those resources to spend them more effectively. And it all starts with what you're doing here in every instance and in every case.
Great.
Also, by being in the GHHI network, there is automatic peer exchange with other cities that are working on similar issues, and those that have been through adoption of these who have done this years ago. So you have lots of tiers to do that.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I think we're ready for the public portion. Anyone here to speak in favor of this initiative?
Hello, my name is Andre Stoner. I live at 628 Cushing Street. I am a neighborhood networker for the Near Northwest neighborhood and also part-time organizer for Faith in St. Joe County. Thanks to all those who worked so diligently on this, and also thanks to all those who had the stamina to stay to show their support. I'd like to ask all those who are here who want to support, please stand. Thank you. And I know we had about 30 people who had to leave who signed and said their support. Thanks so much for staying here for more than 3.5 hours to show your support. We have folks here from the Near Northwest neighborhood, from La Casa de Amistad, from SOAR, the Southeast neighborhood, the Lead Affinity Group, Faith in St. Joe County, and other community groups. This legislation, just want to briefly express a few points, reasons for support. This will significantly impact and improve the health and safety conditions for family members and neighbors who are renters. We had one individual here this evening who had to leave. He lives a stone's throw from our office, and Friday he showed me his home where he has no heat and no water. He has been in conversation with Code. They've written reports. But this legislation will give Code tools to work on that situation and to enforce that and to work in that situation. We have others who are here and from our neighborhood, landlords, who support this legislation because it will support them as they are trying to provide quality housing for tenants. One landlord wrote, he owns several houses in our neighborhood, markets, including real estate markets, function best when there are proper rules in place and enforcement of those rules. This ordinance has been a long time coming. We've tried working without a law of this kind. It's time for a different approach. And then, of course, there are many of us in this room who have worked really diligently on issues of lead poisoning ever since we learned that Census Tract 6, but other census tracts throughout the community have unacceptable levels of childhood lead poisoning. As a matter of fact, there have been about 30 articles and 8 opinion pieces over the last 22 months reflecting some of the really hard work that many of us have been doing on lead. Education, advocacy, increasing testing, research, finding out, working for changes at the health department, grants that have been funded. All of that is really significant work that's been done. In my opinion, this piece of legislation that you're considering now is probably the most important thing that we have done to date on addressing issues of lead poisoning. We know, for example, in the city of Rochester, which adopted a similar piece of legislation, over a 4-year period, levels of lead poisoning went down by 50%. We heard the words of Ruth Ann Norton, who has experience and perspective nationally. So, from the perspective of tenants, from the perspective of landlords in our neighborhood, and from the perspective of children who are dealing with lead poisoning, we want to express our strong support for this legislation. I believe this piece of legislation is one piece, only one piece, but an important piece in the puzzle for healthy, safe, and affordable housing. Other pieces are also needed. This is one very important piece, but it's only one piece as we work for safe and affordable housing. And I think we're going to need to continue to work at partnerships between neighborhood groups, renters, landlords, city, nonprofits, to keep working together to provide safe and affordable housing. I think the collaboration, the consultation, the adjustments that have been made by the city staff and others in this process reflect that kind of collaboration and consultation, and I anticipate and hope that we can continue that as we implement this and as we work in other ways of providing safe and affordable housing for all our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda Govert-Conrad. I live at 1015 College Street, South Bend, 46628. As a renter, I do see the value of this ordinance. RSVP is a small step in the right direction. However, it does not go far enough. This ordinance makes provisions for a review process, but nowhere in that process are tenants included. South Bend is making decisions regarding the treatment of renters without actually including renters in that conversation, and many people feel talked around. We all know that renters tend to fear reporting code violations. They fear retaliation and eviction from landlords who hold all the power. Renters are not protected from arbitrary evictions. This ordinance does not protect against that. RSVP does not address the very real issue that tenants face. There is a provision for short-term assistance should a family be impacted negatively. However, that assistance is not well spelled out. How much assistance is going to be available? Will it cover moving costs, possible storage fees, a deposit, first month's rent? As a renter, these are all things that we must consider when we're making a move. Many people that live in this town that rent live paycheck to paycheck. Without that assistance, they are going to be homeless. While I support this ordinance, I do urge the council to continue pushing for greater renter protections. I urge the city to embrace the 40% of its residents who do rent and make South Bend a city that views housing as a human right. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Donald Weiss again. I live at 532 and a half Kosciuszko Street, South Bend, 46619. She hit it right on the nail head about the landlord-tenant problems we have here in St. Joseph County. I moved in my home on November 1st, December 13th, 2013. I'm a veteran. Again, I served 3 years in the U.S. Army. I came from the Miller Veterans Center here in South Bend. I was homeless at one time. And I qualified for what is called for the Section 8 Housing HUD-DASH voucher, which was issued by the South Bend Housing Authority. My rent was being paid to my landlord because I could not afford to pay my rent. I was financially indigent, zero income. I also got assistance to help pay my gas and electric bills because I had zero income. I built myself up and stuff like that. When I first moved in my house, I noticed I had some high utility bills. Cold drafts were coming out of my floors. Cold drafts were coming through my windows. Pipes froze up inside my house through the winter months, and I would go 2 weeks without running water in my house. My pipes froze up. Mice crawling everywhere in my house. Cockroaches, termite damage. I got pictures right here in my possession that I brought with me this evening.
Please address the council.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm sorry, sir. I have a letter here dated on August 25th, 2015. I contacted my landlord and I asked him if I could get my house winterized from the Rural Service Program. No cost to him, no cost to me, because I was low income and to save on the conserving of my energy. Okay, they would come out and insulate my home and fix all my drafts and so on and so forth. No cost. He refused. Did not cooperate. My roof is leaking, the foundation is crumbling, termite damage throughout the house, and my furnace was installed improperly in my home. My furnace is in my living room and not in the basement.
Oh, wow.
I got pictures right here of this. Again, the lady just before me said that they were scared to report it to code enforcement and fear of retaliation to get evicted with no place to go when I had no money to move, no money for storage, no money for moving expenses. Okay, so I just kept my mouth shut. I had to live that way because I had no other recourses. And that's not fair for veterans, that's not fair for citizens of St. Joseph County, because landlords need to be held accountable to fix and repair these units to make them safe for everyone. My repairs have still not been done as of today. I received an eviction notice this morning from Small Plains Court. I have to be out in 11 days. No place to go. And I'm a veteran. And people say, we appreciate for what you do. God forbid. I'm losing my home. I don't have no place to go. I got letters from Real Services. They postponed the insulation job. I got letters from the South Bend Housing Authority. My vouchers stopped last August. My rent stopped going to my landlord from the South Bend Housing Authority because my landlord did not do the repairs. Not my fault, but I'm getting evicted. And I got sued $2,700 in damages when my house is full of damages already. Okay? Here's a letter saying my voucher stopped. Here's the mice species. I got pictures of my refrigerator, on my kitchen counter, in my kitchen sink. No one should have to live like that. And then the other thing is I had a code enforcement officer come out and inspect my home today to see my furnace and take pictures of my mice species.
1 minute, sir.
Thank you, sir. I don't know what I'm going to do. I believe in God. I'm just leaving everything in God's hands right now. Well, another thing, I called to talk to the code enforcement officer. He inspected today. He goes, Mr. White, you're going to be out of there before the 11th of March when we come back out and re-inspect again. Your landlord will not let us back in. There's got to be warrants and things got to stop from these landlords collecting rent monies and not taking care of their properties efficiently. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow.
Hello, my name is Emily Dean, 815 Leland Avenue, South Bend, 46616. I do community outreach for the Near Northwest neighborhood. I'm also a member of the St. Joseph County Board of Health, and I'm a mother of 2 young children. So my interest in this specific policy is multifaceted. So I'm here this evening to state my support for the RSVP and to encourage the council to pass it. Through my outreach work, I've had the good fortune to build lots of relationships with my neighbors in the NNN, and I get to learn what matters to them. The health and safety of their families is a common concern, and a lot of times this revolves around their homes. I have been in situations where I have knocked on doors and people have immediately looked at me as someone who can help, and so they invite me in to show me situations that I never dreamed would exist in a neighborhood anywhere. And so I have, really come to see this as the way that renters are treated and in this city as a real issue for me personally and also in the work that I do. I have, on the flip side, also experienced the relief that people feel when they find themselves in a safe place. Because a lot of times I find that it has not always been that way. So I've seen both sides of this, how great it can be to be in a good situation and how frustrating and worrying it can be to be in a bad situation. So this RSVP will create a situation where tenants don't have to wonder or worry if their home is safe. It will also create a way that landlords can learn and know what a safe and healthy home is and what they should be providing for their tenants. While there are lots of benefits to RSVP, I want to highlight that it is a crucial part to the important work already being done to combat the crisis of childhood lead poisoning in our city. We know these policies have worked to dramatically reduce childhood lead exposure in other cities, so please, let's do it here. RSVP will ensure that our children, my children, can play, learn, and grow in safe places. We know that safe, healthy homes make people healthier. This law will be transformative for so many. So please vote to approve RSVP.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Nixa. I live at 730 Cottage Grove Avenue, South Bend. I thank you for your attention and endurance tonight, along with the rest of us. I've been a homeowner on Cottage Grove Avenue for 20 years, raised my 2 daughters there, my wife Regina. And you know the problems, you've heard the problems. I'm surrounded by a lot of rentals, some wonderful landlords, like John Horton and his wife own the local cup, and when a toilet breaks in one of his homes, he goes over to fix it. Right? So that's real community and real partnership. And I've also experienced some real shitty landlords. And what I want to focus on here is just in the absence of this wonderful ordinance, by the way, I support it and I'm thrilled, there's a weakness in the existing laws that many landlords have pointed out we already have, and that's our ability to enforce them. I've tried many, many times to contact the problem landlords and never once got a call back or a letter back after sending letters to P.O. boxes and phone calls to unattended mailboxes and so on. I finally, though, got a hold of the landlord who owns the property right next to my house. And I'm a brand new landlord now myself because I bought the house next door, which I couldn't really afford. I didn't really want to buy, but it was the only way I could figure out to break the cycle of irresponsible property management. And the only reason I found that landlord was because his cousin lived 2 blocks down the street and knew I was complaining about that property. So I actually got a hold of this fellow. He lived in Illinois. Didn't know there were any troubles, despite all the attempts we made to call. And I tried to swallow, frankly, my anger and my 20 years of frustrations with all the other landlords. I invited him over to my home for coffee and to talk about this purchase that I wanted to make. And there was a lot on the line because this was not a listed property. This was a private sale, and he could have walked away at any time, and I really wanted to stop the craziness next door. So I invited him over, and I started to talk to him about my vision for this house. You know, it's going to replace the windows with more energy-efficient windows and add more insulation and repair the window where all the heat was escaping in January and February for his tenants. And he stopped. He said, stop, right there. And he looked at me like I was the most naive tree hugger in the world. And he said, you need to stop thinking about this as a house. And you need to start thinking about this as an ATM that's going to pay you $850 a month, no matter what, as long as there's somebody in there and they're paying rent. And the conversation kind of went downhill from there. It was just a real heartbreaker. But I kept him in dialogue for about an hour. He did all the talking. And he laid out spreadsheets in front of me that he really carefully maintained, showing line by line how carefully he calculated his income and expenditures. And he basically said, you know, the trick here is keeping your repair costs as low as you can. At the end of that meeting, he left, and I shook his hand, not knowing what was going to happen. And I just felt so disheartened, because for the first time I understood why all these properties were staying at this level of disrepair. And the best metaphor I can think of is the way a bad coal company might look at a coal mine or a mountain full of coal. It's just resources to extract by someone, in this case, who didn't live there. No sense of partnership. And you know, there's a medical term for an organism that only withdraws energy and resources from its host and doesn't return anything back. It's a parasite.
1 minute, sir.
In this particular case, it was that kind of relationship. So I really think this, thank you, by the way, I think this ordinance will help put some teeth into the existing laws that I'm glad we do have, but we're stepping forward on. And the final word just about the spirit of the neighborhood. This is beyond politics, and this is not what the laws are intended to address. But This particular landlord, there's no concern for the actual neighbors, or even the condition of some of the properties, and I think this ordinance will help with that. Because we want landlords. We want a blend of landlords and homeowners. And this ordinance, I believe, will be a good step in the right direction to that. So I thank you for voting in support of this ordinance.
Thank you.
My name is Linda Wolfson. I live at 809 Park Avenue. I'm speaking as a representative of the Community Forum for Economic Justice. The Community Forum supports Bill 0319 that establishes the Rental Safety Verification Program. The need for safe and affordable housing is a central concern of our organization. All residents of South Bend, homeowners, tenants, or homeless, deserve to live in safe and healthy conditions. Rental housing will always be needed for residents who are not financially able or who do not choose to own a house. One of the responsibilities of local government is to oversee issues of health and safety. This bill is an attempt to do so. We support this effort with the expectation that it will be implemented fairly and monitored consistently to evaluate its success.
Thank you.
Jason Badicki, 3822 4th Street. I'm not going to hammer home a lot of the points made earlier, but as I'm apt to want to say, don't let the pursuit of perfection be the enemy of progress. And I think this bill is significant progress to specifically addressing some key issues, and that's one of the things I like about it. It is very specific, it is very measurable, and we can see if it's doing what it's intended to or not rather easily. And I know one of the things that we heard in the committee today is that this could disincentivize future investment in our neighborhoods. I would say with a 40% rental rate already, hearing from other experience that it didn't lead to any increase of vacancies, it might be a good thing if we disincentivize some rental property ownership and re-incentivize affordable home ownership to bring more stability to our neighborhoods. So if that's just an unintended consequence of this, I think that would be an added bonus. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sergeant Angie Klein, and I work for the South Bend Police Department at 701 West Sample. And one of the things that I want to address tonight, I want to paint a picture of what's going on in the city. I've been a police officer for 20 years. I've been in a lot of houses. We've dealt with a lot of situations, and usually, depending upon what the situation is, we find whether they're renting or they own, and so that's how we are in people's houses. And I want to paint a picture of some of the common things that renters are dealing with that their landlords aren't taking care of. Overcrowding of houses. You'll get a renter and they will rent rooms out to 10 other people. I went in a house one night, there was 10 people living in probably a 900 square foot house, and they rent spaces, and this was the renter, not the actual owner of the property. He probably didn't know that was going on. Secondly, this winter has just been brutal. The past couple of winters have been brutal. What I see a lot is people with no furnaces or lack of, just the lack of heat because the appliance is so old. They're opening their ovens to heat their house. And you walk into the house and you can just feel it, it's just cold. And there's kids in this house, and that's their only means of staying warm is to open that oven. Overloading of circuits for space heaters because there's no furnace. Lack of plumbing. I've been in several houses where there's no running water, or there's maybe running water in the kitchen, but there's none in the bathroom because of lack of attention to that. I've also been in houses to where they're using the bathtub as a toilet, and it's overflowing with human excrement. Boarded up windows. People are living in rental properties with boarded up windows that have been like that for obviously years because the boarding is starting to rot away. A lot of renters that have over the limit of pets. I believe there's an ordinance on how many pets that you have. You'll go into a house for an unwanted person, this person isn't on the lease, and you've got 10 dogs running around. What happens when they move? Now we have 10 more homeless pets. That's just an example. Another example of a rental property that I went to one time, the landlord had cleaned everything out because the tenants before had left a mess. So he cleared everything out into the backyard. The kids were actually out playing in the pile of garbage. They had built a fort, which is really creative actually, out of a desk. And then they stacked on top of that a TV stand and just garbage everywhere. That's not acceptable. Lots of leaky roofs. The ceilings are caving in. There's black mold. Property owners renting rooms, and it's not zoned for that. I was recently involved in a house to where he called himself the innkeeper, and he had taken in all these people, and he was charging them by the month just to rent a room. There was 20 people in this house, and he's using unvented heaters, the blue flame. That's not safe. I've also been in houses with no walls. The studs are there, but there's no walls. So the common things here are the lack of care that some of these landlords aren't addressing. There are a lot of good landlords, and there are a lot of landlords that maintain their investment in their properties. There's a lot of renovation going on. I usually work the northwest side of town, so there's a lot of good things going on. And these landlords that have these properties are making the ones that are investing in their properties look bad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christy Lewis. My office address is 1920 Ridgedale Road, South Bend, Indiana 46614. I apologize. I hope I won't take too much of the council's time. I didn't prepare a speech. All I bring here tonight is 11 and a half years of experience in property management. We've worked over those 11 and a half years to build a positive reputation in the Michiana area, which speaks to pretty much all of the advertising that's come from the RSU program has had a homeworks management sign as the advertisement for it, but we are in support of this bill because we've worked hard to make sure that our residents are taken care of. We've worked hard with code to have a positive relationship so that they know that even if there's an issue, we're going to work quickly to address that issue. I think it's important for landlords to understand if you're here and you're in opposition of this bill, it's probably not a bad thing for you. The important thing with this is that, we're going to say that we've been approved for occupancy, and that's only going to help grow our reputation and grow the opportunity for good renters inside of our properties, which helps us all win. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jim McInnes. I'm the president of the South Bend Mishawaka Board of Realtors, and my address is 51563 Dade Court, South Bend, Indiana. I think there's a perception that our association is against this proposal, and I just want to stand here today to tell you that that is not correct. We share the common goal of safe and affordable housing for everybody, and I will say firsthand, being part of the process, working through all the issues, our issues with any of the proposal was we want it to be effective. And we've been working hand in hand, and we are just looking forward to working for the betterment of our community together with code, with the RSVP program, and we're just really excited about that. And I stand not opposed, but for this proposal, and we look forward to working together as an association and a community to build safer housing for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Ann Mannix. I live at 724 West Washington. I'll be very brief.
I've spent about 20 years inspecting poor properties. We try to buy them and fix them up in various jobs. And I've seen incredible things, what the policewoman said. The problem is, if people pay rent for these, it jacks the value of the property up. So you end up spending a lot of money for something that's in very bad condition. So I think this ordinance will help to take the economic incentive out of being a very poor landlord. Because people, if they don't get any rent, their property's not worth anything. So I think the staff work has been excellent, and I just wanted to highlight that aspect of it.
Thank you. With that appearing to be the last of those speaking for the ordinance, who is here to speak against it?
They got charged. Oh, okay. Here you go. Come on.
Hello. My name is Eric Schultz. I live at 612 Lindsay Street in South Bend. Part of me really can't believe I'm standing up here right now because I really felt like I really supported this gung-ho coming in here today and weeks ago, since I heard about this. But I've heard a lot of people talk. I've had awful landlords. Landlords have complained about issues with the home I've been living in, and nothing was done. I've had great landlords that, I said something, and they fixed it the next day. And it was amazing. I didn't think a fix could come that quick for the issue I had with a broken water heater that was flooding. I didn't think they would be really so on top of it. It was actually later that day, but I've heard a lot of people talk about. I think long term, this sounds like there's going to be more accountability for the landlords in the area. And that's going to lead to the homes being in better condition. And I think long-term, South Bend's going to have much higher quality rental properties. But I heard very little talk about what's going to happen to all the people living in these properties in that transition. I don't think, some houses I've seen friends live in college, for example, because the rent was incredibly cheap for what they were looking for. But, not everyone's a college kid, but some people look for cheap housing for their own different reasons. What happens to all those families in that meantime? Do they go and live in Mishawaka while South Bend's in its transition? Do they go to Goshen? Do they go to Walkerton? Or I don't know. There's a large transition where I think if landlords don't own up to fix their homes, what happens to those families in the meantime? South Bend has several homes that are, vacant and boarded up. I went to Riley High School and I ran cross country and I ran past boarded up houses all the time. And I guess I'm just kind of concerned about those families in the meantime. I heard a lot of talk about holding those landlords accountable, but I didn't hear very much. I don't think I heard anything in the presentation about helping those families in the transitions when those landlords might reach that point of, the city has to do something now. So I guess I'm just concerned about them, and I just want you guys to have them in your thoughts. But otherwise, I think this is a really great thing. Like I said, I really was gung-ho for this coming in. And so I just wanted to say my piece.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to express opposition to this bill? And there is an opportunity for rebuttal, 5 minutes.
I won't take that long. I'll just speak quickly to the issue of assistance for renters in need, which came up certainly in the most recent comment, and then also in a comment during the portion of support. Obviously, in this presentation, we presented an abbreviated pitch to you that didn't include the information around the rental relocation fund that's established as part of this ordinance. So just to take a moment to refresh our conversation on that. That's a flexible fund that we've established in partnership with St. Vincent de Paul, the LAC is the administrators. The reason we've chosen and built that partnership with them is that they have the capacity to leverage existing funding sources. They help to oversee a number of programs that renters are eligible for, and they can layer city funding as part of remedies for families or individuals who find themselves displaced as a result of this bill. We've created a fund that's eligible for things that include moving expenses as well as additional costs. And I would just remind the council again that certainly part of the review process will be to monitor the uptake of that fund and assess as necessary, to create any different flexibility around the use of those dollars. And in addition to that, we've also created agreements with South Bend Housing Authority and South Bend Heritage to offer preference to folks who, again, are displaced as a result of this program. I would just say as well that there are certainly a number of housing improvements that can be performed while tenants remain resident in a home, and our anticipation is not that there will be a great number of displaced individuals as a result of this program. So just to offer that point of clarification, certainly I'm happy to provide counsel. You should, I believe, have plenty of material on that specific fund, but I'm always happy to offer more if that's helpful.
Thank you. Time for the council portion again.
We'll make a motion.
Comment?
This is comment time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know I got comment. You know I got comment.
I know it's near and dear to your heart.
11 o'clock at night, because I get really short. Anyway, I'll try to hit those things, but I am going to take my time as the district representative for District 2, which has the largest number of larger home complexes. That's why, if you've been following this, that has been one of my biggest issues, is I hear and see, because I also live in those neighborhoods, families who are really, and being in schools, families who are really struggling with this issue. And we've talked about the fear of reporting. It's not just because their landlords may kick them out. Oftentimes I see many landlords helping them or trying to help them when they even can't pay. But what we see is also their fear of reporting because DCS may come in and take their children. So there are many, many factors that come into this that I think that we don't always see when we're sitting up here in the ivory tower. And that's why I'm thankful for those who came and spoke in support in terms of the renter experience or the tenant experience, because we do have to walk this line with a delicate balance. Because if we're not careful, we may end up harming the people that we actually aim to support and help. And so that's why I'm going to enumerate some things here. As I mentioned, my number one concern was, the initial approach. It's going to take too long. In my assessment, I wasn't alone in that thought, to kind of needle in a haystack, go through building by building, or home by home to try to find which ones. That has been addressed, so again, I want to thank you. This is just walking through some of the issues so we have it on record, because I think, again, this whole experience has been a great display of how we can work together in partnership with all stakeholders to really get at the issue. So with that, that has been addressed in that we are going to have a way to address these large housing complexes where people have actually come in front of the council already, showed us the pictures, and said, help. And we haven't helped for years. So now we are finally getting at that, and so I'm thankful for this ordinance. Number two, one of my concerns was our capacity to actually address the issues. We had no metrics, which is also a concern. It's like, how do you not have data in a data-driven society on how many of these properties we might have to deal with? So, moving forward, and somewhat blindly, but I had concerns about our administrative capacity to handle what's going to come through the door, because once we start billing process and inspections and re-inspections, do we have the staff, do we have the capacity to get that right? Quite frankly, we don't do a great job of handling what we've got now. So that has been a very big concern. And also the capacity to remediate the problems once we find them. Because once we say, okay, now we found this, you have to fix it, do we have enough contractors available in our community? That, as I mentioned previously, is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. And so this is where I'm calling on other parts of city government, but also people in the community to connect and let's figure this out in this year that we have, or this time, whatever. We have to start pulling together the contractors that's going to be working on this. And so this is a way we can address the issue of minority contracting with the city and things. And I see some people in the audience here from community investment who I know are working on that. So again, another plus in our favor. We took something that was a problem, and through working together, we have raised our awareness about the need to address that. So that is where that working group is going to be really, really important. So I appreciate again for you putting that in. Some thoughts on the working group. We have mostly, as it's written, like, people from the departments and within the city, code enforcement, things like that. I would like to consider having community voice on that working group as well. I'll talk about, there's been talk about organizing a tenant rights organization citywide, maybe having a tenant on there, and also maybe having someone representing landlords on that working group, so you could be getting feedback, because that monitoring is going to be critically important. I'll get to metrics in a second. The appeals process was something that was suggested. We are going to have situations. As much as we train, we're never going to have everything perfect. People are not going to agree. And so we're going to have some sort of appeals process. The state law right now, as I understand it, is what we are leaning on for that. That's not acceptable. You have 10 days, basically, and you have to file a lawsuit against the city. It's way too cumbersome for things that can be resolved. Maybe that working group becomes a place where people bring their concerns and they have a quick turnaround appeals process. I don't know, but I think we need to talk about that. Our city government needs to address that anyway within the regular code hearing process. We have to have a way for people to not agree with the decision that was made in the hearing and get some sort of quick, let's just look at it again and see what we can do to work it out. So please think about that. With regard to metrics, one of the concerns was losing good investors. I talked to everybody about I don't like that language, good landlords, bad landlords. It's easy to say, but it is whatever. We'll work on that. Concerned about the loss of low-cost rentals. Somebody, thank you for being brave enough to stand up after all that wonderful testimony and talk about that, because I think that's the issue you're getting at, is that, okay, but what happens? What if there's a situation that, what if the price does go up? What if somebody's in a situation we can't find them a place? Where do they go? I loved what somebody said earlier. They said, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of city do we want to be? And I think we want to be the type of city that is diverse and inclusive, and we make space, and we are intentional about making sure that whatever policies we put in place do not push out the lowest tiers of income, the people who have the least and need the most. And so we have to be very diligent. That needs to be a part of our metrics to be able to somehow capture what's the average rental cost that's going on. How is that changing over time? So that if we don't wait till 2 years from now and be like, dang, where all the poor people go? You know what I'm saying? So we have to watch that over time. Also, in terms of metrics, I mentioned earlier, the number I would like to see the number of families, after 3 months, after 6 months, after a year, reported, maybe even somewhere very visible as a celebration on our website, the number of families that have been moved to safe and affordable housing, either by relocation or by remediation. Because we need to celebrate that, and we need to let people know that this is working. And that's how we will be able to really address these issues. Okay. Also, metrics. I mentioned the racial wealth divide report. There's 10 essential questions in there. We commissioned that report to say, wow, we realize there's a big divide. There's a problem. Housing is one way that people, I loved what she said, when she said housing is health care. That's beautiful. We have to start thinking about it in that way. And there's a couple of questions that they give us 10 questions. 2 questions I think we should definitely look at is will this policy increase access for people of color and poor people? So that goes back to are we marketing, are we losing the lowest tiers of folks because they have to move out because they can't find a space? Also, is this having a positive impact on equity? Same type of thing. Finally, with metrics, I mentioned the working group and bringing that community voice to that, so that's good. All right, so, one thing, the reason I take my time with this is because I feel like sometimes we pass legislation to address a particular really important issue, like making sure everybody's in safe, affordable housing. And we feel good about ourselves, and we go home and pat ourselves on the back. But I don't know how many of you have ever been in that situation. There may very well be some here, because we have different experiences throughout our lives. But we have to make sure, somebody said it, is this effective? Okay, because we've tried to get at this issue of chronic problem properties. We've passed legislation in the past. Chronic nuisance, landlord registration, now we're doing RSVP. And the truth is, it hasn't worked in the past. I have a lot more hope for this particular legislation, but the city can only do so much. That is the real truth of it. Code enforcement has certain tools, just like the police. Like we want to call the police about everything. Well, guess what? If you call the police, then you might get arrested. You know, then you're mad because you call the police. So we also have to begin to think about what we can do as a community. So all these hardcore people that sit here at 11:30 at night, listen to me go on and on about one of the most important issues to my heart, we have to step up as a community and say, you know what, there's more that we can do. That's how we really solve these problems. That's how it becomes sustainable. So the city can do incentives, but that's going to be limited because I don't think we want our tax money necessarily used in that way. But there are some things we can do. Somebody in this group, anybody who's interested, please step up and work with us to create that tenant organization. We need advocacy and we need education because there are tenants who don't know how to care for their properties. And they get in there and they're stuffing up toilets and they're breaking stuff and that's a problem too. So we need tenant advocacy and we need tenant education. We need landlord certification and landlord education. RIA does an excellent job. The people who are connected to that, I've been to a couple of their meetings. They're always about improving their craft and working with each other. They even invite tenants to come to their meetings. But this is an important point. I know it's long, but hang in there with me. Because one of the things I've heard through this process also is, well, if you don't have the money to fix up the properties, then maybe you shouldn't be in the business. Well, let me tell you the experience of the people in my neighborhood. I know a lot of people who have parents who pass away, and they inherit this home. The home may already be in bad shape, maybe not even livable. But this is now still a low-income family that now has a potential asset. They don't have the money right now to fix that house up. But everybody in here knows the importance of home ownership and helping people leverage themselves out of poverty. When we look at the racial wealth divide, that is what's happening to African Americans. Because the current system says, oh, well, sorry, you can't fix it up. I'm going to fine you. Next thing you know, your house is in tax sale, and I'm taking it from you. We have a problem with African Americans, other people of color, and many poor people not being able to pass on generational wealth. So these are the types of things we have to ask ourselves when we create policy like this. How does it impact different people? These broad strokes don't work. People have different circumstances. You have the landlord who is absentee and just using their money like an ATM, using their house like an ATM. That is problematic. But then you also have other situations. So we have to be able to address those. That, again, is where that working group can come in, maybe also some of this appeals process. And I know code enforcement has done a great job, thank you, Tracy, in recognizing these issues in other situations. We need to apply that here as well. So landlord certification and education, if there's a situation like that, which I have seen quite a bit, how can we plug them into a group like RIA so they can learn and have and access the resources the city has available? Now, somebody said it's time for a different approach. This is it. We create partnerships like we're doing today, tenants, landlords, homeowners, and the city. And we get rid of that language of the bad tenant, the good tenant, the bad landlord, the good landlord. Truth is, there's bad and good in every group. Let's focus on, and this is where we need the help from the community, how can we match those tenants with landlords? And that's something the city can't do. We can't sit up here and legislate that. But there's somebody out here in neighborhood associations. You guys know who the tenants are who are struggling. You know who the landlords are who are maintaining their properties well. Let's get that going so we can starve out those people. Why are they continuing to get government dollars? I have a real problem with that, if they're not maintaining their property. But those people have to have somewhere to go. That's on us as a community. And again, the issue of contractors. So we need to rally those contractors, help train and license people so we can meet this need. And guess what? I think I hit all of the things on here. I know you're glad about that, but I just want to again finally thank everybody. And I don't want to see, you guys disappear. Because once we pass this, and I think it will pass, I know I'll be voting for it, we need this kind of advocacy around all of these different ongoing issues, because the city's going to need help to make sure that this is effective. This is just the groundwork. We need to make sure it works. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to administration for working with the council and making sure that we had an opportunity to have our input and for making the changes. One of the things, I think a lot of it been said, but I just want to say thank you for answering a lot of the questions when we talked about the ramifications to the landlords. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a proposal that there would be a eviction defense via an attorney, and I think Judy Fox was named. So I appreciate that piece being in there to help protect. So I hope that the accountability piece can start today, that we've heard some testimony of some issues that I trust that code enforcement will take a look at that as we move forward. So I will be supporting it as well.
Councilmember Broden, you had additions?
Yes, thanks. I'll just dedicate my time first and foremost to say just thank you. This really does represent a tremendous amount of work over a tremendously long period of time. And I think the process has been good. I think the collaboration has been outstanding between the industry, feedback from the public, council members, staff, across many different departments. So thanks for that process. It leads me to say this is probably in my opinion, really probably the most comprehensive and well thought piece of legislation. I hope I don't get in trouble for saying that, but I really do think this is a very strong piece of legislation, and it's really gotten better by the day, frankly. So, and thanks to really good input, the two members to my right, you're dead on your comments. So, I'm not going to go that direction. But I would like to actually suggest two minor amendments on page 11 for council's consideration. And this actually captures, I think, the spirit that we have been working on this, and it being so collaborative. And the real importance of public engagement. It's been strong. Let's keep it strong. And I do appreciate the working group embedded in this in section 687. But with regard to the members of that group, I would suggest that council colleagues consider when we look at the meeting, includes meetings of a working group consisting of, so code inspector staff, department leadership, and that's to be known as code just by reference in the earlier section. But we have a common council appointee. I would suggest that we actually expand that and make that plural, that there actually be two members considered for that. Specific because I think there's when we operate as a council most effectively, we have district voices and we have people who have levels of expertise. And our responsibilities to our district. But I think we always have to consider the folks on the far end of the table and the balance that at-large members bring in terms of the scope and the benefit and that lens for the entire community. So I would actually like to suggest that be made plural
or if we'd like to insert the word, two council member appointees. And I do think that that's important to keep that council, not to have citizen appointees. This is our work. We need to be all in on this, and in the next couple of years as this rolls out, and as we look to make any changes or improvements. My other point related to this strong public engagement that has happened heretofore is I do think, so council, let me go on that same sentence. So two council committee appointees, strike the word "and," continue with mayor's office leadership, strike the parentheses, and let's get at a staff representative from the Department of Community Investment. And the reason I'm suggesting that is, so we're going to strike staff member and then go a representative from the Department of Community Investment. I think what we've done with some of our SMART studies and our, working with national partners, it's teed us up and it's put us in a nice location, but I want to make sure that we have that ability to respond with complementary programs as we make changes. And I think the best kind of venue within our city administration is to actually pull in those representatives that already have been working on this and have brought some really good resources. I want to acknowledge Pam Meyer, who is in the audience tonight, a staff member, and there's more of you involved, but your division and your ability, to capture some grants that are really going to shore up and work in parallel with this makes me very comfortable, with approving this. So, a representative from Department of Community Investment, and then the last piece that I wish consideration of council members is, if you continue on that sentence, following the first 3 months and 6 months, to include "and thereafter at regular intervals." Okay? And we'll leave that up to, my suggestion is leave that up to us. But that also not just be a report delivered, and that it actually be a report, so strike out "make a preliminary." Okay? So to read, mayor's office will report to the Common Council at a public hearing. And I think this gets to some concerns about community voice, landlord representation, tenant representation, at least from my standpoint. We have seen the effectiveness of public meetings held on this. We've had committee meetings at the health and public safety level, and we have had good hearings here tonight. So those are just some recommendations that I would like council to consider.
Councilmember Broden, are you making those in form of a motion?
I would like to make those in form of a motion when the time is appropriate.
Discussion of the motion before we ask for a second?
Yes. I would like, if we're going to include that, which I have no problems with, I think we need to specify that we need to have at least 2 tenants, people who have either experienced housing issues or who have been tenants themselves. And I would recommend at least 2, because you have only 1 person, they may feel intimidated to speak up. So I think if we're going to add, we need to add tonight at least 2 people who are tenants, who are not only tenants from a beautiful neighborhood or a beautiful home, but who have come from tenants who have come from situations that are on the list of homes that have been targeted, who have had problems with lead and other things. Tenants who have experience with this, because there's a lot of tenants, and if they come from the landlords who are doing well, they're not going to, that's not defeats the purpose. We need to have the voices of the people at the table with us, and not just present to us. And so I think that at least a minimum of 2 of people who, especially like on that first list of that we're going to target this year in 2019, 2 people need to be at that list on a regular basis. And then I'll be comfortable in supporting what you have done, Councilwoman Broden. A minimum of 2.
Another point of discussion. As I mentioned earlier, I did like that, but I'd like to have tenant and landlord representation.
I
mean, it's just so you have.
can live with that.
It's a demonstration of the partnership that we have all together.
So 2 of those and 2 of those.
That needs to definitely be. That's
I'm up
the
to you.
voice, the community voice.
I'm actually going to speak to my amendment, or that particular amendment. I do think there will be information that is within this work group, when we're looking at these measurements and metrics. I really do think there's probably some confidentiality issues that really would be significant, that we need to be very careful. I actually really thought about landlord and tenant representation, and that's why I'm not seeing it as an appropriate fit for the working group, but not precluding additional and robust and frequent opportunities. That's why I've actually made a 3-part change here, because I think doing it at public hearings to council and saying that for 3 months, 6 months, and thereafter at regular intervals, we get that same benefit of thorough representation, not just one tenant, but all tenants that, either have a plus or minus with regard to this. So that's why I've kind of put the 2 things together, is that
without the respect,
the hearing.
Without the respect to that, I think that we are public officials, and I'm a therapist. I understand confidentiality really, but my role as a public official and my role as a therapist is a whole different ballgame. I think that the tenants and the landlords need to be there, and I believe you can find tenants, if you want to say something that is of a private nature, I think you find tenants who can share that, because they have to be more private than we even do, because they have to deal with the risk of being thrown out. And the landlords have to also be almost more private, because they don't want to have to be at the situation of feeling like they are being discriminated. So I think that we can have tenants and landlords at that part of it, because that was my keynote slide here. I really think they need to be at the table from the beginning, and I think they need to be involved, and not after everything's made, then we present to them. That's the problem. We don't need to present, we need to work with. And I think that's where I see that.
I would concur.
So if you're going to expound on that, so I think we'd have to, who would be the appointing bodies?
We can have the council and the mayor's office split it. I really don't mind.
And Councilmember Davis, you had mentioned wanting to find a specific type of tenant.
We have a list of they presented us today, at least 600 places of homes that they're going to target this year. We already know who the purple houses are, and so we have over 600 houses that we can, I'm sure at least 2 people can be found within those purple houses that would be willing to come and be working with us to, we had a gentleman right now, bless his heart, living over there, who came up here tonight publicly. He has 11 days to live in terms of in that housing, okay? So therefore he came to share that. So my thing is, people are willing to come and talk to us. We call us all the time. As a school social worker, I hear them all the time. So I think they will be willing to find them from that list, and the landlords too. That's the answer to your question.
Yeah, I want to, if we're throwing this out there, I think we need to.
Oh, I agree with you. Got no problems with that.
I think we have to have a different approach. I think the approach means we begin to include community voice at the table during those discussions.
Right on.
That's where the stuff happens. And I trust that our leadership, from the mayor's office to council, whatever, that working group will be able to figure out how to do that. And as this community has already agreed, right, that y'all going to work on a tenant rights organization, there may be leadership out there that emerges that says, okay, this organization will send a representative. So I think I would like to include the tenant and landlord piece, and then allow the working group to work it out as to how to identify those folks.
I agree.
Okay, Councilmember Broden, you initiated the motion, and am I hearing that you don't want to incorporate the suggestions of Councilmember Preston or Davis?
I will actually stick with my original two motions, and it's not to preclude landlord representation or tenant representation, but I'd like to actually call a vote on...
Okay, is there a second to the original motion then of Councilman Broden?
I'll second. With the understanding that another motion can be made.
That motion is made and seconded. All those in favor of Broden's original amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I understand what you said, Gavin. I'm sorry, Councilman Ferland. You said you can't do another.
Yeah, we can do another. We can do another motion there too, guys, in a second, and we vote this down.
Okay.
If you want to make a motion to add now anything else, feel free to do it.
So even if this passes, this passed, did that motion just pass already?
No, we haven't voted to finish
Okay, if
it.
this motion passes, you can still do another motion.
Sure,
Okay.
So far, we have a second substitute amended.
You have a motion.
Yeah. Is there another motion beyond Councilmember Broden?
No. We haven't voted on it first. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought we did.
No, we haven't voted yet, so we didn't go to those.
All those in favor of that amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Well, Councilman Broden's motion is adopted.
Well, I would like to add to that motion then that
A separate
motion. I'd like to add to that same paragraph then, that we have, two, tenants and two, landlords should be included as a working group.
Second.
Let me suggest though, or ask the question, do we need some specificity if this goes through to say who's going to appoint those people?
Appointed by, the mayor and the council can work together to come up with an agreement to do that. So it's appointed by the mayor's office and the council, in a joint statement.
Yeah, second.
Okay, motion's made and seconded.
Question on
Yes.
So, being very specific here, because it matters,
I understand.
are you suggesting that it actually be a tenant, or can it be a tenant rep, or represent,
I
you know
believe
what I
that
mean?
it should-
Does it have to be a tenant? Because there are
It
some...
needs to be a tenant, or either a current tenant or somebody who's experienced it. A tenant rep, first of all, I don't even understand what a tenant rep is.
If there is an organization that actually represent tenants as Regina,
No,
There isn't one right now.
no, there's no, I want to hear the voice of somebody who's, hearing the voice of the gentleman there that showed the pictures of rats and
enough
everything else.
said, we'll move on.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw my question.
Okay, so there's another motion on the floor to incorporate two tenants and two landlords to be appointed by,
No.
We need to get
we didn't get real specific on that, but
I think if we want to get specific at it, I could really get specific and give you 7 points real quick, or I can just let them just go ahead and deal with that. Y'all want me to go and get specific, really?
not really.
I don't think so. So therefore, so my point to you is,
There's a motion.
there's two very simple things. We will let the officers do that. You've done excellent with this. When your office called me, I said, hey, I love it. Get right at it, because we went at it. So I have that kind of confidence. With this year, we can figure that out, because this has been done. So with that understanding, I think you have to have two tenants and two landlords in this committee, and I'm at peace.
That's your motion.
Thank you,
Okay, then that's the motion. The Davis motion, is it seconded?
by the Greens. So go ahead. Preston. Yeah, cool.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, we will call the question on that motion, then should 4 more people be appointed to that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, could I call for a roll call, please?
This is on the Davis motion.
On the Davis motion. We're on the roll call, please.
It's for the motion to add 4 individuals.
Yep.
2 tenants and,
2 landlords.
Councilmember Preston.
This is fighting for community voice in
Yeah.
government.
Vote.
Yes, aye.
This isn't time for comment.
I know.
Chairman Bride.
Aye.
Councilmember Rhodes. Councilmember Teschka.
Nay.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye. Double aye. Capital I.
Councilmember Gordy.
Nay.
Councilmember Burley.
Nay.
Vice President White.
Aye.
Tim Scott.
Aye.
5 ayes, 4 nays. The ayes win. You're adding 4 people.
Like to make a motion to adopt the second substitute as amended.
Second.
The motion is made and seconded to recommend favorably the second substitute version as amended. It's seconded by Councilmember Broden. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Thank you. Nay? There are no nays. Okay. That takes care of the business of the committee of the whole, I believe.
Oh, my God.
Motion to arouse. Motion to,
Rise and report back to.
rise and report.
We have to vote.
Second. Give us back. Thank you. All in favor, signify by saying
Aye.
All opposed?
Oh, y'all leaving?
Mr. Attorney, we gonna pass 12 o'clock after we violate our meeting. We are not done. We still gotta be here for the rest of the night for y'all.
Order.
Sorry.
Everybody can stop. All right, let's all focus. We still have 2 resolutions. We have businessmen still, and women still waiting here. We need to get through third readings. Ms. Fowler, would you please give third reading to 6918, please?
6918, third reading on an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and seeking a special exception for property located at 2610 East Jefferson Boulevard, Councilman District Number 3, in the city of South Bend, Indiana.
No. We're gonna continue that one. Motion to continue that to next meeting.
Council portion only.
The council person only.
The March 11th.
March 11th, yeah.
All in favor on the motion to continue to March 11th? Aye. All opposed? What's that? Council portion only, yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right.
0219, please.
0219,
Can you turn the
third
screen?
reading on an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance for property located at
Third.
Third, okay.
2307 Edison Road, Councilman District Number 4, in the city of South Bend, Indiana.
Can I entertain a motion to accept the sub as was in the committee of the whole?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion for passage?
Second.
Ms. Fowler?
Yes, 212.
Councilmember Broden.
Aye.
Councilmember Teschka.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordy.
Aye.
Councilmember Burley.
Aye.
Vice President White.
Aye.
Councilmember Preston.
Aye.
Councilmember McBride.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. 0319, please.
0319, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending Chapter 6 of the South Bend Municipal Code by adding a new Article 14 titled Rental Safety Verification Program, and I guess this is the second sub.
Nope, you just read it, I'll do the sub.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion to accept the second substitute as it was in the committee of the whole.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion for passage?
Second.
Ms. Fowler?
Councilmember Teschka.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordy.
Aye.
Councilmember Furley.
Aye.
Vice President White.
Aye.
Councilmember Preston.
Aye. Aye. Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Aye.
Councilmember Brody.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. 0519, please.
0519, third reading on an ordinance to vacate the following described property: the east-west portion of Dubell Street, 29.8 inches, width running west approximately 303 feet from the right-of-way of South Olive to parcel 18-8102-3875.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Ms. Fowler?
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordy.
Aye.
Councilmember Furley.
Aye.
Vice President White.
Aye.
Councilmember Preston.
Aye.
Councilmember McBride.
Aye.
Councilmember Broden?
Aye.
Councilmember Tetra?
Aye.
President Scott?
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. We'll move to resolutions. 1901, please.
1901, a resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, approving a petition of the Area Board of Zoning Appeals for property located at 3602 West Sample Street.
The committee, the zoning and annexation committee ran out of time this afternoon, basically, and so we bring this to you with no recommendation.
Thank you. All right. Is there a presenter?
Yes, good evening, Jordan Moret, Department of Infrastructure Planning Growth, 11th floor of this building. The petitioner is requesting a special exception use for the site on the screen for the processing and storage of aggregate materials, including on-site crushing of materials, and to allow outdoor storage in excess of 50% of the total lot area. Here's a view of the facade of the property that they plan to keep for screening of the outdoor storage. Here's a site plan that shows the locations of the outdoor storage, location of the facade that they plan to keep. This comes to you with a favorable recommendation from the Area Board of Zoning Appeals. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the presenter right now?
One question that came up. In terms of when property like this comes to a district, what is the area plan's role in terms of showing them this particular property or guiding them to see some other properties in the community that may be similar of use within the city that could possibly create the need for them to move there instead of this location?
The role for special exception uses that our office has is basically just as administrators for this process. We inform them of the proper zoning, where they can go, and that it requires a special exception use. But basically, everything is pretty much up to the Area Board of Zoning Appeals. All I write on these is what addresses the 4 criteria that are set forth in Indiana state law.
But you don't show them other places where they could have considered and those kind of things?
No, that's
this is the most intense zoning district in the city of South Bend, and it's going to require a special exception use no matter where they would locate.
Okay. That would be community investment that would look at that kind of thing. But they're not here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're just going to give the letter of the law.
Okay, I'm at peace.
Mr. Danch?
Thank you. Mike Danch from Danch Iron Solicited, 1643 Commerce Drive here in South Bend, representing the petitioner. As we have been talking about, what we're asking for is approval of a special exception to allow for the processing of aggregate materials. This is the property that's already zoned heavy industrial, and per the city's zoning requirements, no matter where we were located in heavy industrial like this, the GI, we're required to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and come before council for a special exception. We did go before the Area Board of Zoning Appeals. We had a unanimous vote from that board for the approval for the special exception. They did grant us variances as well for this particular site. As shown on the site plan, we had also worked with Community Investment, who recommended favorably for this. They asked us to keep that facade wall for the front of the building. We have done that. We'll be removing probably about 90,000 square feet of the existing old dilapidated building. The areas that you see on the site that are dotted are the areas where the aggregate material would be. As we had mentioned in the committee meeting, there's a dotted line on the site plan that shows the area that's 300 feet away from residential. Anything past that point is where we are actually doing the storage. Under the requirements for the zoning ordinance, anything that would be closer to residential than that point would have to be screened. The height of any of the storage material could not be higher than the screening fence, which in that case would be 10 feet. Anything behind that line goes to the height of the zoning requirement, which is 150 feet, 15 stories. We are holding it to 30 feet, which is what we said we would do as part of a written commitment. There was a question from Councilman about whether you could see that 30-foot height of that material if you were traveling down Sample Street. I gave Councilman Broden crude sketch. I took a look at the height of the building, the location of the closest aggregate pile that would be there, which would be 30 foot high, and you would not be able to see driving down Sample Street the height of that material going through there. There was a question from one of the owners about where the access point would be. It would be up at the northwest corner of the site. We were not changing that. There was only one access point. We would have solid screen fence 10 feet along the western portion and the eastern portion of the site. The existing wooded areas that were part of the site would remain, which will also provide some additional screening for this. If you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Danch?
I've got
Jake
one
Teshka.
question. Actually, I've got two questions. You said the 30-foot was submitted in writing. I don't...
Yeah,
do we
what
have
we
that?
said we would do is we would do that as a written commitment with council.
Okay.
Even though we're not required to do it by zoning, we would do that.
Yeah, so we can do that as a condition.
Yes.
Second question, is there a reason, so to me, and maybe outside here, but to me it seems like inherently it's a county kind of operation, right? Because not only are we talking about the 30-foot high piles, but we're talking about dump trucks in and out, front end loaders, all that kind of stuff. Is there a reason why they want to be in this? Like, is there a reason why they want to be at that location?
Yes, a couple of reasons. One is it's already zoned properly with the GI. The other one is the location. This particular location on Sample Street is already in an industrial area, but it allows them access to LaPorte County. The one that they have over on McKinley is a completely different zoning category. It's basically night and day on what was approved there because of the zoning ordinance there. Their materials, the piles can be located closer to the property line. The piles can be up to 50 feet tall at that location, so that's county zoning. At this particular location, because we're in the city, they just wanted somewhere closer. They have jobs here in the city of South Bend where they deliver materials to, also in LaPorte County, so it makes sense from a traveling standpoint to have a second location. When you were asking whether there's other areas in the city of South Bend as is, Kirk Concrete, which is adjacent to residential and school, they do exactly the same thing. But because they have been there for so long, they don't have to go through this particular process unless they plan to expand. So they are up against residential. We're actually against only industrial zoning.
Ms. Preston.
Actually, that, I think you might have answered it. Someone brought us pictures earlier, which I think you had a chance to see. I've been down past this site, and it looks horrible. And I think, oh my God, I don't want that anywhere near, where I live. And you're saying that that is zoned such that it's 50 feet is their limit, and you were saying something about that it's different.
It is. That particular site went through a rezoning process in the county with the county zoning category. They were allowed different operational standards there, so those big piles that you see, that was allowed to be there. They do different types of operation. That is a 30 to 40 acre site that you're seeing there, as compared to one that's only about 9 acres.
You said 9 acres?
9. And the site over there is actually on sand. They weren't required to put pavement in, whereas this particular one, we have a smaller site. Any of the materials that are there are going to end up being on pavement. And we talked about drainage, that it has to be handled per the city standards. There wouldn't be any runoff from this site onto any adjacent property. There would be no contamination. There's no liquids that go with this. The question about any of the aggregate material, if it were to dry out, whether there would be any dust, they said as part of the operation here, what they would do is water down those aggregate materials so you do not have that dust problem.
You said they water it down, on a regular basis? They just keep it wet?
They do, for processing, yes, absolutely. And the processing that we had talked about here was only going to be for a period of 5 weeks out of an entire year. That was it.
Did they check any properties closer to LaPorte, like out that way towards the county? You know what I'm saying? Were there any?
They have looked around at other areas. The other areas that you start moving out to, you start moving into the county, you still need industrial zoning in the county. Most of anything as you move farther west until you get almost to New Carlisle is zoned industrial or ag.
And there are no homes in view of that, even on the backside that can see?
No, on the rear side of this is a wooded area, but there's also 3 different railroad right-of-ways. This used to be the old corridor to bring in supplies and materials into the city of South Bend, so it's the railroad right-of-ways. Anything past that point are basically wooded areas, and it's just natural, and there are no homes back there.
Mr. Dance, remind me, how tall is the fence around the property?
The fence that we were showing would be 10 foot high, and the wooded areas would remain.
10
That
foot
would be a solid fence.
with 30-foot high piles.
For the closest, the agreement. Now, if the council would like us to do on that the east side, if there's a portion there that you believe someone would be able to see that one pile, you could ask us to add evergreen screening, we could do that. And that's fine, if that's what council would want us to do, we could do that.
Yes.
We're doing a special exception, so that can be a condition.
Question. We need to accept that.
We can make it as a motion.
All right.
Question.
Mr. Davis.
Who regulates if this was passed, who regulates whether or not the piles are the right height, things are going well, and things are not in violation of what we have agreed to tonight? How is that regulated from that standpoint?
That would end up being code enforcement or area planning commission. It depends on who the code enforcement and officials. We're doing a written commitment. So if we do a written commitment for 30 foot high, we're doing it with the city of South Bend, and there should also be the building department.
Thank you.
Any other questions? With that, we'll open up the public. Anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of 1901, please come to the podium. Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak against 1901, please come to the podium.
Jason Benigni, 3822 4th Street. I'm not going to go over all the same things I said earlier, but I do want to touch on a couple of other things. One being whoever from the city offices during the committee meeting said they don't think we can do any better than this project on this site. That's just a shame if we don't think we can do any better than a project that somebody once upon a time was wise enough to say zone the entire city away from this kind of project. And that's why we have to ask for a special exception, because they decided this kind of work shouldn't be done inside of city limits wisely, I would add. Also, they keep talking about the facade of the building being 18 foot tall. That is only at its highest point. If you look at that building and you pull up some of the pictures that are already there, you can use the building next to it that's only 2 stories tall as a reference point, and see there are parts of that facade that are only 10 foot tall. So if you put a 30 foot pile, I don't care if you say it's 300 feet behind, you're still going to see that from the road when it's 20 feet taller than parts of the facade. And they keep kind of ducking the neighbors that live on Kenmore Street or Falcon Street or Wellington Street directly across the street from this. Yeah, there's a vacant parking lot that sits between them and this site. But again, if you're looking at a 30-foot debris pile that sits up behind a 10-foot wall, I don't think that's kind of what any of us want to look for. So I still, as I said earlier, don't think this should be allowed in city limits. We wisely have coded it out of it, and I don't think this needs a special exception.
Thank you. Next, name and address, please.
David Andre, my office is at 2920 West Sample Street. Grace Steel Corporation just was in front of the council and has committed a multi-million-dollar project to improve Sample Street and take a vacant building and make it a viable entity. This project, putting piles, giant piles of debris onto Sample Street, definitely devalues the project that we have undertaken. And frankly, this is adjacent to the urban enterprise zone, the incubator. What are we saying to new small business people who are going into an incubator that are looking at the city authorizing debris piles to be put right next door to it? That does not send the right signal. These piles, I personally went yesterday to Osceola to look at Indiana Earth's site there. I was shocked. I took some photos, provided them to council today in email, provided some photos tonight. I mean, it's shocking. It is a ginormous debris pile. I went around back of their property through. There's a fire station back there. Took a photo through the woods. It looks like a landfill. There's a ginormous pile. That is not what we want. If the council approves of this, they're selling out Sample Street for many, many years.
And that is just not right to the neighbors. And frankly, it's not right and does not encourage further investment and development of Sample Street. We're on the right track with Ignition Park. We need to take that further down the street. Hopefully Grace Steele sets that example. We have zoning for a reason. And earlier in the committee, special exemptions or exceptions were commented on as a slippery slope. And if that special exemption enhances the value of the neighborhood, enhances the advancement of the city, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I'd be all for anything in this site that's manufacturing, that's improving it. But giant debris piles aren't going to do it. This site further only has one single lane entrance or exit. They can have, I was told earlier by Indiana Earth, they could have as many as 50 dump trucks a day going through that. That's a safety issue. We're going to have a dust problem. We're going to have, it's unsightly. So, it's late. I don't want to belabor this, but I'm adamantly opposed to going down this path. And I really think we'd be selling out the neighborhood if we go forward. As council mentioned, there are good places out in the county and other sites where I think this would probably be better suited, and they could pile it as high as they do in Osceola out there. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Next, name and address.
Pam Andre, 2920 West Sample Street, Grace Still Service. Thank you for your time. I'm in agreement with everything that David Andre has said against this property being rezoned. I am very familiar with this property. It is down the way from 2920 West Sample. It is an odd location for the type of business that wants to move in there because there is a lot of neighborhood houses across the street from it. In my opinion, and I'm very familiar with the price of that building, I believe that this business is looking for an inexpensive, cheap property to purchase and bulldoze the building with the existing resources that they own of bulldozers and heavy equipment, which they will be able to inexpensively demolish this building. And I am going to maybe dig into one point that they made about the existing wooded area will provide screening. It is called scrub brush, and it is along the railroad track. That is not going to provide any type of screening. So I just wanted to pick on that point a little bit more. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you all for staying so late, too. Next, name and address, please.
Tammy Egg Beer, 2920 Sample Street, Grace Steel Service. And I am just here as part of the team at Grace Steel. We've made an investment in Sample Street and in the community. And this new project down the street is not going to help us to help the city's mission to better the community and the Sample Street. Thank you so much for your time and for being here so late.
Next, name and address.
My name is Joseph Nels. I'm an employee at Grace Steel at 2920 West Sample Street. As a company, as an employee, we've made a commitment to help better that area and make a difference in the community. And we just really strongly feel that this is not a step in the right direction. This seems like just a quick opportunity, and to me it feels like it'll be just an end to redevelopment to that area in the future. And also, when you're driving down Sample Street heading west, the majority of that east side of the building you can see from the road. So if they put a 10-foot fence, you're still going to see 30-foot piles over it. If you put evergreens up, it's going to take 20 years, 15 years before those are going to be blocking a 30-foot pile. And to me, that just doesn't seem worth it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next name and address.
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. This is in my backyard, literally, and if it wasn't that important to me, I'd have been out of here 2 hours ago. The reason that property is heavy industrial is because back in the day, we had Rayco, we had Torrington, and we had South Bend Toy. As we keep getting reminded, all the factories have basically moved out. We still have Rayco there, and they have semis coming, and if you're going down Sample Street in the mornings and you get stuck behind a semi that's trying to back into one of their bays, they back up traffic and it gets to be a mess. You're going to add more truck traffic onto that, and the street is already crumbling. I'm not even sure the infrastructure there will hold all the extra trucks that are going to be coming and going, and then you're talking about piles of debris. Tim, you know, you look at breweries every day. Would you wish that on anybody else?
Come on over.
But if you agree to this, that's what you're doing. You're wishing the breweries pile over to the west side, and that's not fair to us. We've got too many good things that we're trying to do and are coming along, and then to throw this. I think it's better suited maybe out on 23 by the other gravel pit that's out there, somewhere in the county where they're by themselves, but not in the middle of a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, we only have one, you only get one chance to talk. Yep. So,
Nice try.
we'll turn it back to council for comment.
Yeah, rebuttal first.
Oh, against, yep. Rebuttal, Mr. Danch. You can wait till Wednesday? No, go ahead.
Just to answer a couple questions. The residential is located about 300 feet away on the other side of Sample Street. This is an existing industrial area. I'm sorry, but I mean, it is heavy industrial for the permitted use. What we had mentioned to council is we worked with community investment to keep that building so that there is some kind of mitigation between what is seen from the streetscape and running down Sample Street or from the residential houses over there to where the piles are. Again, the piles are only 30 foot tall. They're not 50 foot tall that are over on McKinley. We would do that additional landscaping if council would want us to. That'd be fine. But otherwise, if there's any other questions, just let me know.
Mr. Davis? Okay. Thank you. Kevin, go ahead.
I don't know what the appetite of the council is tonight. I guess I drive by the Kurt concrete site, and I think that looks pretty well maintained for an industrial site. And I don't know the difference. Again, I don't know the difference between that and the site in the county. My understanding from talking to the business owners is that it is substantially different, right? The acreage is different, but we do have heavy industrial zoning in our city for businesses, and this is a use of a property that would employ 8 people. So I get the sense that the council probably would not want to approve this tonight, and if that's the case, I'd encourage another continuation and possibly, again, written commitments, something working with the neighborhood to show that this is, again, if something like Kurt is acceptable. If
I hear a motion?
Not ready for that. Still want a question?
Yeah, if other people want to comment.
One of the challenges that you face over there that's different from Kurt, we created a roundabout, okay? One of the things the roundabout did, it was to protect lives from being T-boned, which it has done that. What it has done, it has sped up traffic tremendously on Sample Street going west. It is very fast. I get my hair cut right across where your place. I don't even like coming out of there down because it's coming down so fast. Okay? And it's coming off that hill. 2 things coming off the hill. Speed, and then when you come across that hill, you can look down you look down and you see everything over there, okay? So, I like what your example is, which I do appreciate. We can see it. We can see, because that side of town is the hilly side of town, okay? And Rum Village is the other part, you get the hills, and then you come off the hills when you come, that's why we have the hill. So you literally see it. There's no way you're going to put any screening that's going to cover the fact that we're going to see that hill. We're going to be able to see it coming out, in and out, okay? And it creates problems. And when you consider that, she made a great point with Rayco. You get behind one of those trucks, Lord have mercy. And you're going that way, you got a truck, but if you go the other way, you got a train. So you got the truck, you got a train, you got the noise. Okay, we're trying to work on fixing up the noises on the southwest side. We got that bill that I'm still waiting to see what the train's coming to, so we don't have blowing on that side. Because yeah, it was all that industrial, it was all that, but we have made a tremendous amount of improvement over the last few years and everything else, and we want to continue to go that way. But I'm glad for the roundabout, but it has really sped up the traffic going, and it's a speed. And yeah, you see coming, everything going west over those buildings. And so I don't see what, if you're on flat ground, yeah, all this is the facades and all that stuff makes sense. But coming off that, I don't see that.
Anything else? From council? No? Do we have a motion?
I have a motion to defeat.
Second.
There's a motion to defeat, and a second. Ms. Fowler, roll call.
Councilmember Pruitt,
Nay.
Vice President White,
Aye.
Councilmember Preston,
Aye.
Councilmember McBride,
Aye.
Councilmember Bowden,
Aye.
Councilmember Teschka,
Aye.
Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon,
Aye.
President Scott,
Aye.
8-1.
Thank you. 1904, would you please read 1904? Oh, wait, is the petitioner here for 1904?
No. Motion to delay the petition until March the 11th.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right. There are no first readings? Is there any unfinished business?
No.
Good. Is there any new business?
No.
Good. Privilege of the floor. Anyone wishing to speak in council? Come to the podium. You have 3 minutes. You only talk about what isn't on the agenda. Good.
All right.
Motion to adjourn. So moved. All in favor?
Aye.
It's morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. That's great. Sunrise open? Young lady.
What's that? Look at all the stuff he's doing. He's desperate.
Karen, you're a rookie.
You know?
Go ahead and run.